Hello, everybody. Welcome on this second day of first Ukrainian Distributed Ledger Technology Forum. Sergey, how are you?
Yeah, hello everyone, Ivan, hello everyone. Yeah, thank you for joining us today. So yeah, this is the second day and we are super excited to be here.
I was
Today
super
will
excited
be the interesting.
about 7 hours, about 8 hours of content yesterday, and I can't wait for the beginning of this day because there are lots of great speakers and presentations. I'm not mentioning my. I'm talking about other speakers, but
Maybe it will be the greatest one.
no, don't say that. Okay, so the stage is yours. Please present our first speaker. I'm going out of stage, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan. Dear audience, so we are starting from today. We are starting from paper defense sections. So you remember the format. People will be our presenters will be presenting the results of their work as a research for like a standalone project or just a research or a part of the project. So yeah, we are starting from Diana Sokolova and.
Hello, my name is Diana Solovyova. I'm from Odessa National Polytechnic University, and I'm very grateful to the organization for this wonderful opportunity to perform today in front of such competent audience. So I will tell you about our work that presents development and research of a simulator to improve proof of work blockchain technology. This work presents a method of improving proof of work blockchain technology. To solve the problem of optimizing proof of work blockchain technology, the idea of dynamic grouping of nodes is proposed. It is proposed to use a simulator allowing to study the behavior of real blockchain network nodes compatible with additional configuration, in order to realize dynamical grouping idea and to test hypotheses designed to minimize time spent on transaction in the system. So nowadays, the development on technologies is changing our perception in many ways, and of course, one of the essential direction is the development of blockchain technologies, which ensure the safety and reliability of digital transaction. However, along the expansion of this technology, it still has problems which need to be solved. One of the key mechanisms underlying blockchains is proof of work technology, and it has its drawbacks, the main of which is the large amount of time required to process transaction. Long transaction times in proof of work mechanism create challenges for the speed and scalability of blockchain systems. Long delays can lead to unrealistic user expectation, performance limitation, and low network bandwidth. For a dynamic consensus mechanism proof of work, there is no ready-made implemented decision that could be successfully used. And the static method proof of state differs from the dynamic one proof of work by a number of key features which demonstrate the differences in solutions that can be applied to them. Like, for example, a proof of state system has a list of nodes that can understand and we can understand which nodes are farther and closer. Despite proof of work system, the user doesn't see the entire network, and this information is not available. Secondly, in proof of stake system, this system stores a table of proof of stakes, so the matrix, despite proof of work, is more complicated and we cannot track users or measure distances. So these features significantly complicate the implementation of the clustering for proof of work consensus mechanism, and none of the existing algorithms implements the distribution of a proof of work network into subnets in order to minimize the time rate. The process is very complicated, really, and it is very difficult to find the necessary parameters for modeling such a network. So it is proposed to break a system into subnets or groups where the consensus is not accepted by the whole community, but only by certain groups. The primary task of this work is to model a system and to test the proposed hypothesis. One of the key mechanisms in this work is idea of dynamic grouping. The system is divided into subsystems, groups, and this division occurs dynamically. To do this, first the power of group is calculated, and then actions are performed to obtain the characteristic of the group, so they will be used for further clustering. So to solve the problem, we have a task to minimize the amount of time which is spent on the transaction. So we are going to split the system of proof of work mechanism, blockchain system, into subnets, where the consensus wouldn't be accepted by the whole community, but by the subnet. And we would get the improving of the operation of the proof of work mechanism. So we have the task of verification of formulated hypotheses aimed to increasing transaction speed. For verification, it is proposed to simulate a model of blockchain network in order to conduct experiments and to test hypotheses. The network model should be flexible and customizable. Why? Because that its parameters such as number of nodes, the distance between them, the strength of groups can be changed, and this will allow to run different simulation scenarios and analyze their result. So metrics characterizing the performance of the blockchain were analyzed, and our goal is to improve such metrics as the transaction per second, reduce transaction latency, and the first stage of implementation of this idea is the creation of the network model, which will allow conducting experiments and testing hypotheses. To carry out the necessary experiments and model blockchain network, it is suggested to use a network simulator built on a proof of work consensus mechanism with additional configuration that can be adjusted for proposed as hypothesis tested. So during the development, we should consider such characteristic of proof of work network. Firstly, number of nodes, of course. Analyzing total number of nodes in a network is an important factor in understanding the performance and security of blockchain systems. For example, a larger number of nodes helps to increase decentralization and to reduce the risk of centralizing control over the network. Secondly, computing power. More powerful nodes are able to perform more difficult work than solving complex cryptographic tasks to mine blocks. And the high computing power of the networks makes 51% of attacks more difficult, so each makes system more secure. And of course, we have to consider capacity of the system. Let's speak now about the design of a simulator, which was made to conduct our experiments. A blockchain network simulator consists of two components: the peer-to-peer decentralized network and proof of work protocol. This simulator software is implemented as a web application written in JavaScript programming language and consists of four main classes. Each of four classes is responsible for the components of blockchain network, and basically it helps us to ensure proper simulation of the network. First class is network. It encapsulates all other instances of the class and is responsible for maintaining peer-to-peer network layer parameters. Secondly, blockchain ledgers are stores in miner or node class and is implemented as an array of block header. Network buffer class acts as a router connected nodes, and a block or header class supports proof of work consensus layer option. Nodes are built to function for mining and broadcasting information. So this simulator allows to build network topologies in the blockchain and carry out various manipulations with them while recording their results. On the figure, we see creation of models of networks topologies in the simulator. This software has the ability to save and load network structure. This is achieved by converting structure to the user's file system on the local hard drive. A process of mining a block consists of repeatedly trying to find a unique nonce value in the block and hashing that header twice with SHA-2056 until the resulting hash meets a numerical lower bound or difficult threshold. Blocks are issued randomly, and the average duration between them is 10 minutes according to Bitcoin consensus protocol, which regulates the difficulty of mining. Now, let's speak about additional configuration we need to add to our simulator to conduct our experiments and get our results. To set the necessary configuration for system simulator and expand the capabilities of blockchain network simulator, let's analyze the problem of minimization transaction time in a network with a proof of work consensus mechanism. So, what should be taken into account? Firstly, field of view, basically possibility of weighting and table of distances. We calculate the group diameter, so maximum distance in the group must be less than or equal to a cluster diameter. Secondly, we should consider, of course, number of node connections, fully connected group nodes, and nodes with several connections. For each one of these elements, this is a separate case, of course. Then choosing a criterion. During the modeling, it's important to choose a criterion that should characterize our subgroups. A number of nodes are combined into groups, so-called crystals, while this criterion is filled. And now let's speak about the dynamic grouping algorithm, which is the idea for the solving of the problem with proof of work. The system is divided into subsystem groups, and this division is dynamic. Firstly, the system is initially treated as whole, but it will be divided into subsystem dynamically. This division on groups is based on concept of power of group, which is calculated for each group. Second step is calculating group power. The power of group reflects its ability to mine blocks and participate in consensus process. Next step is determining the center of crystallization for each group, making certain groups more profitable for nodes to join due to their high power. Then we have to set node transition rules. Why? The rules by which new nodes can join certain groups. For example, restrictions on the number of transition or other factors affecting the attractiveness of a particular set of new nodes. For example, transition to another group is possible no earlier than 10 blog publications for a certain node, or for example, it is not possible before 5 finalization for a node. Then we have to set also rules for joining new nodes. Also, factors affecting the attractiveness of a particular set of new nodes. Then we have to set configuration parameters that can be customized. We will speak about this more detailed later. And then we have to conduct experiments, of course. Experiments can involve changing the parameters like distance, power, and the transition rules to minimize the transaction times. Finally, testing network clustering algorithm to determine how groups are formed and organized. Now let's speak about the list of specific configuration parameters we have to set to our network simulator to reach our goal. So the first configuration is number of nodes and groups. We have to set like a variable for total nodes and total groups. Secondly, node power. Power expressed in hash operation per second or computing resources. Then distance between nodes, a distance metrics to define connections and distances between pairs of nodes. Distance expressed in hop count or transfer time. Then we have to set, of course, rules of transition between groups. Like we have to set basically a variable to set the minimum number of blocks of finalization the node must make before it can transfer to another group. And we have also to set rules for joining new nodes. Basically, variable to set maximum number of hops and new node can make before it can join the group, and the value of joining rules for each node or group. So, this study expands all previous possibilities of modeling the blockchain network. A 10x10 network model with 100 of nodes was created for the purpose of conducting experiments to test hypotheses to minimize time spent on transaction in blockchain system with proof of work consensus mechanism by realizing dynamic grouping idea. The simulator is currently being tested. First results showed the correctness of underlying algorithmic solutions. The idea of dynamic grouping will be implemented by establishing the necessary configuration in order to study how lials affects the distributed consensus of the system as whole. The results will be measured in order to obtain the necessary conclusions regarding hypothesis testing. That's all. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Diana. So first of all, I have to apologize for incorrectly stating your last name at the beginning. Secondly, thank you so much for the great presentation. So there are a couple of questions. There is a question from the audience. Basically, the question states, what is the exact problem you are solving? If you can provide a very high-level description. So we are doing this for...
The problem is to minimize time spent on transaction in a proof-of-work consensus mechanism. To test our hypothesis.
Basically, you are... But please continue.
We test our hypothesis we have to reach this result, to minimize time spent on transaction in proof of work, exactly, by the idea of dynamic grouping, because in proof of state it is possible, and in proof of state time is less, but we try to solve this problem in proof of work consensus mechanism.
So basically, yeah, proof basically with proof. So you are working with proof of work to increase the scalability of it, and yeah, that's so basically your solution is applicable to the proof of work, but not to the proof of stake, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. I also wanted to ask, there is actually a beautiful word you were using about crystallization. So I assume it may have been connected. We were, again, I'm also coming from research of the distributed ledger technologies. And when it goes about large nodes, clustering and crystallization, so you are assuming probably that the grouping is forming in a way how crystal is in a similar way how crystals is formed from the liquid when the temperature goes down. Is that correct assumption? This is why you are using this term.
Yes, like the idea is about.
Yeah, that's interesting. And also another question was modeling. So basically, is there a public or private access to the modeling you have done? So maybe somebody from our audience would be interested to check them, or maybe somebody can approach you in private and ask about these results.
It is in private now. It is my majesty work, and I'm working on it. It is in process, but of course, I would be grateful for some interest to my work, for some help. I can show it in private for now, but when it would be finished, it would be published in public.
Understood. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? So let's wait for a moment. I I think we don't have other questions. Diana, thank you so much for amazing presentation. You were the first paper presentation today, and yeah, I am welcoming to the stage the second presenter.
Hello, Sergey.
Yeah,
Hi,
hello,
everybody.
Ruslan. So Ruslan was presenting yesterday. I think audience already know you. So yeah, we are welcoming you to the stage, to our virtual stage again. So yeah, the stage is yours. You are welcome to start.
I'm sorry, one minute.
Yeah. So yeah, while we are waiting, how are you doing today?
Presentation is плохо отображается. Плохо отображается.
Okay. Well, maybe we can do the following. We can start our next speaker, next presenter, who is currently on the stage, and then you will have 15 minutes to fix the presentation.
Так, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. No worries at all. So, with that being said, we are inviting Serge Levin to the.
Well, good morning, everyone.
So yeah, good morning, Serge. How are you today?
I'm pretty good, pretty good.
So will you be using the presentation?
Yes. Let me figure out how to do that.
You need to press the present button, which is on the bottom of the screen. So you have mute, stop, settings, and present. And then when you click present, you are able to upload the presentation either from your Google Drive or from your computer.
Okay. Do that. Let me actually join from my computer. I'm having the same problem as the previous speaker, for that matter. We can't figure out how to present things because there.
So, okay, technical difficulties. I assume, Ruslan, you are ready. Let's probably then start Ruslan again. So. So, Ruslan, yeah, you are on the stage with your presentation.
Yes, now it's good. Was problems with PowerPoint. I create PDF.
No worries, it happens. Okay, so the stage is yours. Yeah, please start.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues and conference participants. The topic is my presentation is Waterfall Salto-Colores BFT-based post on BlockDoc. In my presentation, we will discuss the consensus mechanism operating in Waterfall, the motivations that led to these decisions, and its advantages. The presentation will have the following structure. First, we will examine some historical aspects of DLT development, the challenges that arose in their implementation, and potential solutions. In the second part, we will describe the structure of the waterfall network operation and also provide insights into the implementation of theoretical solutions. And finally, in the concluding part of the presentation, we will summarize the finding and outline some directions for further development. We will be examining the development history of DLT starting from Nakamoto's work within the context of the tasks and challenges that arose from this work. Nakamoto's work laid the foundation for the development of what is now known as blockchain technology. This name does not reflect the full diversity of existing solutions, but at the moment it's widely accepted. Despite the fact that Nakamoto's solution allowed for the creation of the first Bitcoin blockchain network, a detailed examination of this technology revealed a multitude of inherent problems. The first area for improving blockchain technology lies in the ledger structure. As is evident from the name itself, blockchain technology is based on a chain of blocks. Such a data structure leads to the limitation that only one block can be created in a single round of network operation, which poses significant challenges in attempts to scale the network. However, shortly after the emergence of blockchain technology, a solution of this problem appeared. It involves replacing chains with ordered acyclic graphs and the ledger structure. In this setup, blocks are no longer required to be vertices of such graphs. We will see we see this of second figure. The second challenge with Nakamoto's proposed technology is the consensus mechanism for determining the block creator. The proof of work mechanism, with its increasing computational complexity in Bitcoin, has led to the network consuming electricity at the level of a small country. Additionally, since Bitcoin operation on a blockchain, out of the large number of nodes attempting to solve the block creating task, only one node's work will be effective. All other effort will turn out to be in vain. To address this issue, many solutions have been proposed. In our presentation, we will focus on just one of them, namely the proof-of-stake consensus mechanism. The proof-of-stake consensus mechanism can be implemented in several ways. The first solution proposed in the works on Ouroboros is based on the idea of iterating with necessary modifications the operation of the Bitcoin network. The second solution, first proposed in Tendermint and further developed in Gasper, which became the foundation of Ethereum, involves utilizing the ideas of BFT, Byzantine fault tolerance solutions. This approach allows for deterministic finality, a property not present in either the Bitcoin network or the Cardano network based on Ouroboros. Thus, we can see that the use of DEX structure in ledger construction and the implementation of proof-of-stake based on BFT concepts appear perspective for addressing the existing challenges of blockchain technology. Improving scalability, environmental sustainability, and enabling parallel execution. Let's now proceed to describe the consensus mechanism in waterfall. First, let's outline the overall structure of the network and then we'll delve into specific elements in detail. The waterfall network consists of two components: the coordination network and the block DAG network. Time in the waterfall network is divided into rounds, referred to as slots, and epochs, each consisting of 32 slots. The block DAG network is designed for the dissemination, storage, and execution of transactions. In each slot, randomly selected nodes publish block containing transactions. Unlike blockchain system, in one round, generally speaking, more than one block can be published, and these blocks can reference more than one blocks from previous slots in the block DAG network. Thus, in the block DAG network, a directed acyclic graph structure with slot is formed in the ledger. The coordination network, unlike the block DAG network, operates as a blockchain. The consensus in the coordination network is based on proof of stake, specifically using Casper FFG plus LMD Ghost, similar to Ethereum. This introduces finality into the network, a state that cannot be reversed unless at least 1/3 of the total network stake is slashed. Additionally, optimistic finality is introduced, which is a state highly likely not to be reversed. The primary goal of the coordination network is to determine the order of transaction execution in the block DAG network. Thus, speaking in the most general terms, the waterfall network is divided into two networks. One network is responsible for the substantial work of propagation, publishing, and execution transactions, while the other networks focuses on achieving consensus regarding the ordering in the block dark network. The primary technical structural element of the waterfall network is a node, a registered server in the network that stores all relevant records in the form of ledgers. On each node, we can deploy a certain number of logical structural elements, workers, whose accounts have the necessary credentials to participants in the waterfall network's consensus. Each workers consists of two components with independent addresses, a coordinator, which operates in the coordination network, and a validator, which operates in the block dark network. The block dark network performs the following functions: propagation transactions, creating and propagation new blocks, storing the network state, transmitting information about the ordering of blocks to the coordination network, receiving information about finalized ordering from the coordination network. Coordination network. During each epoch, each coordinator is assigned to a specific slot where they conduct attestation. The attestation includes, among other things, the hash of the block that the coordinator considers the head of the coordination network's chain, the hashes of the source and target from Casper FFG, the coordinator's signature, providing proof that they affirm all of the above. Additionally, in each slot of the coordination network, a coordinator is appointed to create a block. This block, among other things, contains the following information: and published attestation from previous slots, information about the ordering of blocks in the block dark network. Thus, the coordination network of waterfall performs the following functions: maintaining the registry of workers, distribution coordinators across slots and committees, assigning roles to coordinators, obtaining information from the block dark network about ordering, attesting blocks of the coordination network according to Casper FFG plus LMD Ghost, selecting the order of blocks in the block dark network, and creating blocks in the coordination network with attestation results, and transmitting information about the consensus of the block dark network for finalization. Thus, the waterfall network protocol has the following properties: strict consistency. While all honest nodes eventually have an identical ledger, linear order, blocks in the network will be ordered in a complete linear sequence. Deterministic finality. The order of blocks becomes unchangeable starting from a certain known moment in time. The waterfall protocol has been implemented and is operational in the test network. You can find some information about the test network on this slide. For more details, see the addresses. and directions for further research. Subnetworks, parallel processing, and sharding. This research is motivated the ledger structure, block DAG, and some of them is study. Subnetworks, as example, is had studied. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ruslan, for the presentation. So basically, while you were presenting, there are two questions. So first question: why did you decide to deviate from the initial consensus of Gazalandia?
The consensus of Gazalandia was based on the ideas of the longest chain rule, and similar to Bitcoin, we don't have deterministic finality.
So it was only probabilistic, right?
Yes, Doug. And this became the reason why we rebuilt the consensus of waterfall.
Understood. Please let us know if it answers the question. And there is a second question. Actually, there is a second and a third question. So first question: on what network waterfall is based? So basically, people are asking whether waterfall is based on some other network. I assume like Ethereum or
yes. In coordination network, consensus mechanism is Gasper, similar to Ethereum.
So you are saying that there are things which are inherited from Ethereum, but the protocol itself can exist without Ethereum or whatever other network. So basically, it is on layer 1, right?
Yes.
So the second question is it a side chain?
No. It's not sidechain.
Does it have bridges to be connected to Ethereum?
I'm sorry?
Does it have bridges to be connected to Ethereum?
I don't.
The bridges, the bridge functionality.
Yes, we have the bridges.
So I think in that case, these answers about the sidechain could be addressed in the following way. So if basically the way sidechains are defined on in Ethereum, it is a separate chain which exists separately from Ethereum with own consensus algorithm, but which is connected to Ethereum. So potentially looking for look into waterfall from Ethereum standpoint, it may look like a sidechain, but when waterfall is looking to Ethereum, it's not a side chain, it is a separate protocol because it doesn't rely by security or something else to waterfall. I think that would be the correct answer. So yeah, there is another answer. On what nodes does it run? Ruslan, what are the server requirements for waterfall?
And now I I don't answer this question. I don't remember server требования. We see the server Можна я українською мовою відповім? Я не можу так.
Ти можеш сказати українською мовою, а я перекладу це на англійську.
Що стосується вимог до серверів, на яких запускаються ноди, вузли Waterfall, то вони набагато нижчі, ніж у Ethereum. Конкретних чисел я зараз не пам'ятаю. Це можна дізнатися на сайті Waterfall, якщо вас це цікавить. Там раніше було посилання, де можна дізнатися про те, як встановити вузол Waterfall в тестнеті і стосовно вимог до обладнання, там також буде інформація.
So, what Ruslan is saying that basically the node requirements are lower than for the most of the protocols. Currently, somebody also texted me from the research group that the node requirements are 2-core CPU, 4 gigabytes of RAM, which is a few times lower than something you have on your smartphones. Of course, CPU cores on the server and cores on the smartphones are not exactly the same, but considering the lower amount, then yeah, the difference between basically there is a strong statement that waterfall nodes after the completion of the stage of light workers will be able to work on cell phone devices. It also probably will be correctly to say that basically one node, like Ruslan showed, there are 2,000 workers which are run on more than 60 servers. So which means that basically one node, which is a server, is running multiple workers. So these servers with 2-core CPU, 4 gigabytes of RAM is running 32 workers. So basically one such server is not limited to one worker. So addressing the question about the main difference between the waterfall and others, and basically there are two things. So first of all, a high level of scalability, which can be compared to the most scalable protocols nowadays, without mentioning the names on this conference. Also, the very high level of decentralization, because Waterfall, for example, is able to have like hundreds of thousands or even millions of validators. And the proof of stake algorithm currently is designed for ideal number of 3 million workers. And once this number is achieved, it will become one of the most, or maybe the most decentralized protocol, and at the same time, one of the most scalable. And also it allows to preserve EVM standard. So these are the key differences. And yeah, the low hardware requirements. And again, 3 million is not the top number. This is ideal number, but there could be like 5 million, 6 millions. And with the concept of light nodes, which Ruslan introduced yesterday, the number may get to maybe tens or maybe even hundreds of millions of nodes. So with that being said, It can be one of the most scalable and most decentralized protocols, and allowing the having in place the parallel processing, it can allow to overcome the limitation of the scalability limitations of current version of Ethereum virtual machine. So this is the question I'm addressing. Are there any other questions on the topic of this paper? Okay, so as long as there are no other questions, we are going to the next speaker. And yeah, thank you so much, Ruslan, for being with us. Thank you for amazing presentation. And dear colleagues, thank you for the good questions. Always a pleasure to address them. Hello. Now we're having Serge Levin again. I see the presentation works for you right now.
Yes, and good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't get the camera to work. So I guess I'm going to be a mysterious presenter who doesn't have a face, but otherwise
well, we saw you a couple of minutes ago. So yeah, but yeah, the stage is yours. Please go ahead. Thank you.
So we're going to talk about PDM staking technology for cryptocurrency markets. We're going to go through the general idea of what it is and explain the advantages and challenges of that technology. So essentially, right now on in crypto, there are sort of four obvious modes of staking. One is solo staking, is when a single individual is coming directly to the blockchain, deposits his funds, and then those funds accrue some sort of an interest. Then you come back, you unwind it, and move on with your life. Then also there are situations where staking is offered as a service, where there is essentially all sort of pipes that are created by the platform itself. But the stakers themselves are still disorganized and there are no joint pools. And then finally, the two sort of obvious ones is there are staking pools where people put money into mutualized pools, and those pools are invested directly on their behalf. And the centralized exchanges also offer staking as a service for their centralized clients, where they go, where the exchange client puts money into his account, and he's able to just click a button and the exchange deposits money directly. So just to go over what I was just saying, so the solo staking, it provides full participation rewards, and it provides all of the benefits for the network, such as network decentralization. It doesn't require you entrusting funds to another party, but in case of Ethereum, for example, there's a minimum amount. You need to have a machine dedicated to this that is constantly connected and is serving as a validator node. So that's sort of, while this is probably the simplest and the easiest way of doing it, it also requires a certain amount of capital, which these days is quite a bit, and it also requires a certain amount of technical sophistication. staking as a service, users are still required to have the same amount of minimum amount of coin, in this case Ethereum, but you don't need your own equipment. Essentially, you could lease it from somebody else, right? So you retain access to your validation keys, but you're going to be sharing signing keys for the operator, so he could act on your behalf. And while this reduces the technological sophistication required, it creates a system that requires trust, which sort of breaks the spirit of Bitcoin. Then finally, there are two versions of staking as a service, as we were discussing. One is a pool staking, where there are third-party platforms that pool coins from a collection of users. So you don't need 32 Bitcoins, pool coin from a collection of users. So for example, for Ethereum, you're not going to need 32 ETH. Anybody with any amount of capitals will be able to participate. And this improves the democracy. And also, these platforms allow to set their own such as there are fees, there are lockup periods, and so on and so forth, which allow for a slightly more organized market. And as a version of this, there are staking as a service by centralized exchanges, as we said, where these large pools are provided by centralized exchanges. So in case of Ethereum, for example, Coinbase operates such a pool. So let's just compare it side by side. So the general idea is that in the very first version, we have really high capital requirement for both solo staking. There's, by the way, a little typo here. And staking as a service, and then for staking as a pool, you could start with any amount. In case of solo staking as a service, you are collecting full rewards still. And in case of compounds, and in case of pool staking and staking from the exchange, you are getting full compound rewards minus the protocol exchange rates or minus the exchange fee. And then finally, we come to the most important question: is what are the risks, right? In the case of solo staking, most of your risks are driven by your operation. You're operating your own node. You need to be connected to the internet. You might get hacked. Staking as a service, you are having operational node, and it's operated by operational risks, and it's operated by the third party. So you also need to trust them a little bit. While in case of pool staking, as a service, obviously there's a smart contract risk, i.e. somebody hacks the smart contract and runs away with your coin. And then staking as a service by a centralized exchange, the risk is the same as the smart contract. Somebody hacks the exchange and runs away with the coin, or somebody decides that they don't like running an exchange anymore and they run to Uruguay, like it was recently demonstrated by the great SBF. So let's talk about the product that we are presenting here today. So essentially, we are trying to build a protected DEX market making protocol, and by doing so, we are trying to identify the drawbacks that are currently exist in staking. So first of all, in case of solo staking, there are high entry barriers, right? You need 32 ETH. You need specialized equipment, meaning you need a computer that you could dedicate to running this. You need continuous internet access, which, while we take for granted, doesn't exist in much of the world. And also, you are locking up your funds, which since it's pretty high, it could be actually a meaningful fraction of your existing holdings. And in case of, if you decide to forego all of the above, you are paying commissions. So structure finance, where I'm one of the co-founders, we have addressed these staking drawbacks with our new product, protected DEX market making. So what is the general idea behind this? The user invests funds into the system, and they are receiving a pre-identified commission in return. And the staking program rewards participants with either proportional additional cryptocurrency or with percentages based on their investment in a specific decentralized exchange. The staking operation continues as long as the connected DEX platform remains operational. So there's no necessary uptime, or there's no need for uninterruptible internet service or a dedicated computer. Because it's a pooled system, so it's combining the benefit of solo staking with a pool staking, the user could withdraw their invested funds at any time during the PDM staking operation. And you are able to invest stable coins such as Tether or USDC while receiving consistent interest payouts. So essentially, it makes it essentially a savings account for the stablecoin universe. So let's go back and revisit our previous our previous comparison table. So PDM kind of has all the positives of the solo staking and positives of staking as a service, while at the same time providing the unnecessary lack of entry barriers, and there's no equipment required, there's no need for constant monitoring, and there's no need for uninterruptible internet access. So you sort of become a winner on every one of these. So how does it work? So there's an F token, which is the payment token in the PDM system. Users will invest and receive funds in these F tokens. When the I token is actually the underlying token that we are going to be staking in. So PDM will convert the F tokens deposited by the users, invested by the users, into the I tokens. These I tokens are transferred to the DEX to provide liquidity. And then as I tokens are accrued, the I tokens store in the user's account. In addition, to incentivize the user receive rewards for investing the F tokens, and these rewards are based on investment period and amount. These commission rates remain unaffected by the market conditions. So even if liquidity in the system increases or drops, the user remains undiluted. So essentially, there is a predefined levels of interest that user can count on. The I tokens can be withdrawn at any time, and at the moment of withdrawal, the PDM system will convert I tokens to the F tokens, which is the funding token, at the current price, and allow the user to withdraw them. So why are we doing this, and what is the general idea behind this? I mean, staking is an intrinsic part of the cryptocurrency ecosystem, and it provides participants an opportunity to earn passive income. all while ensuring network security. So it's important both to keep people within the ecosystem, but also to ensure that there's a diversity of holders, right? So it's essentially it's an intrinsic and essential part of the crypto ecosystem. And obviously there are challenges such as there's uneven coin distribution. There are many coins will have liquidity problems. In some cases, the way rewards are structured, they might not be completely fair. So all of those issues have to be considered. We are addressing it by essentially solving some of these problems, and it ensures stability of the DEXs, and at the same time it offers users returns through the invested liquidity, and it allows them flexibility during the investment period and amount, so they could tailor their investor. It also becomes fully democratic, so people from poor countries or with low amounts of capital could participate. It is secure. It is novel, and because it's a fixed income, it provides crypto benefits with a form of a standard sort of fixed income product, which common in traditional markets. It offers protected, diversified ways of collecting income. And right now, obviously, we are running it as the early version, but there will be upcoming new versions, and we're always happy to listen to come up with ways of addressing reward challenges and solving the minor problems that we are seeing. Well, thanks a lot. Definitely feel free to reach out to us, and we would love to hear from you.
Serge, thank you so much for the insightful presentation. I have actually a couple of questions. The way it was presented, actually, it kind of sounds familiar to some products which were present on the stock market. Is that correct assumption, or this is something novel developed specifically for the crypto markets?
I mean, staking as a concept it has elements of various mutual funds or pooled funding platforms that do exist in traditional markets, but the sort of the interactive ability that doesn't require you to actually purchase a security, but rather interact with it directly, that is something that's unique to crypto. So essentially what we're trying to do, we're trying to combine the real-time, the barriers, the real-time aspect and the barriers removal by the crypto ecosystem, while adding the features that we find to be very beneficial in traditional markets, such as divisibility.
Okay, understood. Well, I think it partially answers the question, because somebody just asked a question. Please provide your comprehensive definition of the term staking. So I think you partially answered it, but if you can separately provide this comprehensive definition, that would be great.
I mean, staking conceptually is an ability of someone to own an asset while collecting rewards for owning an asset, right? So it is a practice of locking up your digital tokens to a dedicated to the platform that issues them in order to earn rewards, right? So that's the comprehensive definition of staking. It's in itself, it's sort of very, very similar to, let's say, owning a share in a company or any type of mutualized platform. However, one thing that crypto has done for it is staking as a conceptual idea have also created the concept of proof of stake blockchains, meaning if you own a meaningful amount of coin, you are able to lock up that coin and stake it on the network, and you are able to serve as a validator node, right? So not only you just collecting the benefits, but you're also serving as an intrinsic part of the blockchain by validating new blocks. I hope that answers your question.
So yeah, I think it does, and yeah, in that case, probably the staking for this product is different from staking, for example, from proof of stake systems, because in proof of stake system, somebody just owns the coins, freezes them, and then becoming the participant of the consensus algorithm, where actually it is a backbone of security and decentralization is a backbone for security.
Right. So specifically for this product, what we're talking about is liquidity staking, right? So you own a coin and you would like to provide liquidity for that coin on a decentralized exchange. You could go onto the exchange and deposit it directly, or you could go through our platform, in which case you're guaranteed a certain amount of income in its fixed form, and you don't expect to have any impermanent loss, right? So we are essentially taking away a lot of the drawbacks of providing liquidity on a DEX, while at the same time offering the benefits of providing liquidity to the community that issued that coin.
Okay, I understand. Dear audience, does it answer your question? If not, please ask the follow-up, and I will go to the next question. Sergey, your presentation actually have a couple more questions, and the second question: what kind of assets? So with what kind of assets do you work? I think it was partially described in the presentation, but can you provide like the description of with what type of assets does it work?
I mean, most probably we expect it's agnostic with respect to what type of tokens this works with, as long as it's a regular ERC20 token working on this platform. Most likely the F token is going to be a stable coin. So for example, USDC or USDT. And most likely the I token is going to be one of the larger cryptocurrencies in the beginning. So for example, Ethereum or Bitcoin or WBTC.
Understood. The next question is: do you have or do you know about many maybe other projects which provides a reward for kind of static asset like NFT? Planning to do something like this with NFTs, and if so, with which type of NFTs? Is it art NFTs or some real estate related NFTs or something, whatever?
I am not aware of projects that are trying to provide something like this. I mean, it does sound like an interesting idea, so I'm sure people are thinking about it and potentially working on something along these lines. I don't think either of the two projects we are working on, the LST or PDM, are a good place for are a good place to work with NFTs, just because we sort of naturally assume that we're going to have a system that has relatively high liquidity, while NFTs are usually not.
Okay, I understand. Dear audience, does it answer your questions? Maybe you have some follow-up questions. So let's give it a minute, and if not, then okay. When the first staking took place and on what network?
So this right now works on any Ethereum, any EVM-based network. We right now have deployed it on Binance Smart Chain, but we have plans to deploy it on Arbitrum and Polygon in relatively near future.
Okay, understood. I'm sorry, I see the comment. Look above. What did I miss any of the questions? Please kindly type it in or refer to them if there is anything we're missing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think the question that was asked was which was the first crypto staking and on what network? Obviously, that was Ethereum years ago.
Okay, Ethereum. Got it. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the answer is Ethereum. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, it's okay. Okay, well, Serge, thank you so much for this presentation. We received your presentation is actually currently top paper presentation by the amount of question asked. So yeah, if we would have had some reward for this, you would have received one. Maybe we will come up with something until tomorrow, and you will receive one, or maybe we will next time.
Being here is a reward in itself, and anyone who wants to learn more about this product or our company, definitely reach out to us, and I'm happy to chat.
Well, thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much for attending. And yeah, with that being said, we are inviting our next speaker to the room. Thank you. Yeah, hello everyone. Hello again. Yes. So, well, dear audience, so yeah, the next speaker, probably considering all these logos around, basically where we are, we are doing our live stream, should not be introduced, but actually this conference provides equal opportunities for everyone. So with that being said, Ivan should be introduced. So I'm welcoming on the stage Ivan, who is the leader of Incrypted and who is the media partner of this conference. Ivan, welcome to the stage. The stage is yours.
Thanks. Hello, Sergey. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here on Incrypted. I guess I should do a bit of introduce myself. I'm Ivan Pavlovsky, the founder and CEO of Incrypted, top Ukrainian media about blockchain, Web3, and all the other words describing this new industry. Also, I'm the founder and co-founder of a co-founder of the first national NFT collection called UACats Division. It was created in partnership with United 24, the nation platform by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And also I'm co-founder and CEO of Incrypted events. It's our branch that creates lots of crypto events like this one in Ukraine, like meetups, hackathons, workshops, and the big annual Incrypted conference in June. The slogan of Incrypted events is Boost Web3 in Ukraine, because we believe that Web3 industry can be a social lift for both Ukrainians and Ukraine itself. So after the first day of this forum, listening to all these great presentations, I decided not to go in technical details of the future of the money. First of all, you probably know all of that, I guess, and it's not about 20 minutes. Secondly, it's more important for me to understand the other side of this question. It'll be a short reflection on this topic to invite the audience to think about it and talk about it in your communities. So I decided to ask myself a simple question. What is the future of money? It's important because, first of all, crypto was mentioned as a way to update the money system. So what is the future of money? Bitcoin as a collective term of cryptocurrencies and the most famous cryptocurrency, for example, or CBDC. And you may be surprised by the question and by the answer from the member of crypto community. So about the question, I understand that it's strange to hear from inside 2023, where CBDC is Dr. Evil, called to eliminate all the freedom, make everybody slaves. And from other side, cryptocurrency, which is Prince Charming, the money button, and the revolutionist, which beats the old and bad financial system of the world. I think it's true and false both. But I remind you that it's just my reflection on the topic, so you're welcome to send your feedback and opinion in the comments. So I do believe that Bitcoin was made to update the old financial system. It appears in 2008 when the world crisis was huge, and it showed the weaknesses of the old-fashioned bank system. It became the start of blockchain revolution, which brought thousands of bright minds to industry, which brought attention to the problems of old system, which brought many solutions, which caused the boom of development and, of course, thousands of scammers and useless projects. But it's okay. It's new industry. It's usually happened like this. You can remember the .com bubble and so on and so forth. But is it possible to make any cryptocurrency as an official money in some country? Would any government allow this? I guess not. We're not taking Salvador into consideration. Before Bitcoin, they had US dollar as a currency, so they didn't care much, I guess. Bitcoin or Ethereum as a future money for me is a myth, a fairy tale supported by enthusiasts and romantic personalities. We live in a world of countries and government. But what I want to believe, that blockchain will ready to update this old system. Well, what is fiat cryptocurrencies? First, some years ago, the Bank of England created banknotes, which were something like a certificate for some amount of silver or gold coins. It looks like Bitcoin ETF, by the way, right? We'll get back to this comparison later. Then they realized they need more banknotes, and they started to issue them without any baking amount of silver or gold. And then, in USA, in 1978, 1973, the connection with gold was torn at all. And the money started to work on trust only. That is why crypto and the trust to the government means, when they start working on just trust, it caused some issues, because the resource of the trust was, and is actually the country who issues the money, the government. And no trust to the governments means no trust to their money. That is why crypto became so popular. People lost trust to the governments, and as a result, to the money, which can be printed anytime in any amounts, and so on and so forth. So they have to update the system, and CBDC can be the first step to the new money. I do believe that the first CBDC will be just the copy of fiat currencies, with most of their disadvantages. But it's just the first step. I hope that money based on blockchain can bring the money back to people. I hope it will evolutionize this to something which couldn't be taken from your wallet to anyone or freezed, for example. I want to say that I'm not a fan of CBDC, especially in its first versions, but I'm realistic. Though it needs the revolution not only in money sector, it needs a new mentality, new politicians, new mindset to have DLT money at its finest. But let's get back to Bitcoin. We can't deny the great role of Bitcoin to start the revolution of money, but it was just the impulse which, due to the technical specifications, can be new money. But it can be a new gold, because money updates time to time, but gold, no. Maybe it's time to have a new technical updated gold, and Bitcoin is a good nominee, I guess. So how I see mass adoption of the blockchain. Like most of people, 99%, don't care about what technology inside their wallets, apps, and so on. Look at the internet. You just search for something in Google, and you don't care how HTTP or DNS work, right? Blockchain is just a technical update in money primarily, and then other spheres which need it. When you play on PlayStation or PC, and it said some updates, you're not eager to read all the information. You just sit and getting angry why it's so long. And the third idea, it will become a full-scale industry like IT development with its unicorns, tech giants, and not a mass amount of industry members in comparison with mass industries like a game industry, for example. But it's okay, it's fair enough for such a technical and complicated sphere. And so after this short reflection on this theme, my question for you, how you will answer the question, what is the future of money? Thank you. If you got any question, you're welcome to ask. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ivan. It was a good presentation, and I would say it was a great presentation. I wanted to ask a question. So basically, one of the points you were going into multiple directions, but one of the points you were making. Let me put it. Let me ask the question from the audience. Have you heard something about digital dollar? Some specialist says US is going to introduce since November the 1st.
I heard about digital dollar, but I don't think it's about so close like November the 1st, because they are talking about some legislative act. They have pioneer projects. They have a lot of testing to. I think later or sooner they will implement something like digital dollar or CBDC or something like that. But it's not like so close for us. So I heard about it. I believe they will do it, but I don't think it's such a close date.
Understood. Thank you so much. And the question I was going to ask, actually, it's an interesting direction you picked. So basically, the point you were making is that there will be multiple iterations of CBDCs, and the first one will be kind of more centralized and more more controlled, basically by the issuing entity, which is a government. But you believe that there will be multiple steps when eventually it will become more decentralized and deviating from the central controlling unity to the side of some sort of we can say more freedom than we have right now.
Yeah, we can compare
Is
it
that correct? Understand?
Yeah, I understood. So we can compare it with the evolution of democracy. So years ago there were like emperors and like kings, and there were no democracy at all. And then with the course of time, with revolutions, with some evolutional changes, people got the right to vote, to choose the government, and so on and so forth. Yeah, it's like centralized mostly, but people got some instruments, and I think that evolution of democracy is not finished. We don't know what will be next, but people got some rights, got some instruments to influence on the government, and I can compare it to the evolution of money. So years ago it was only like government role of printing money, and all the gold was partly in the kings and the people around him. And now we got what we got, fiat currencies. And I don't think it will just make the money decentralized, but people will get more instruments and will be more safe and secure from something illegal things which we have here today. They will have less corruption, I guess, because it's the very painful topic here in Ukraine, and I want to eliminate corruption at all. And I guess that such kind of money will help to do this. So it like evolutional process, which we can, understand after decades, because now we're looking at the situation from our 2023. We can't look at from the bird's eye point of view. And after decades, we will totally understand what is happening now. But we see the process of evolution of money, which will give people more rights, more instruments to influence the money policy or something like that.
Well, thank you for the response. While I was asking this question, to the first question, there was an additional question about approximately when.
I'm sorry. I just forgot my tarot cards, so I can answer now. I don't have tarot, cards. So I'm not a magician. I don't know. It depends on so many factors. There are so many wars in the crisis and so on and so forth. So it's I'm not gonna even approximately talking about that.
Got it. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any other questions to Ivan? So, yeah, I think this is it. Ivan, thank you so much for the great presentation. We really learned a lot, and this is actually a very interesting thought about the potential progress of this, something which part of the community most certainly see like an evil may eventually be like a properly happening evolution, because evolution, even in evolution of everything, right? It never like there was some animal walking on 4 legs, and then it is like a full developed two-leg human, which is able to develop computers. The time passes, and the iterations makes progress. So
sure.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
I wish you good luck with the end of the day. So I'm sure that there will be lots of presentations, and I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan. We wish you have a good day likewise, and we are inviting our next speaker to the stage. Thank you. Yeah, we are having some technical difficulties with adding Alexander to the stage. Yeah, Alexander.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. We cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, something like strange with my camera. So yeah, let me maybe rejoin 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. Ivan, are you still here in the audience? Because there was another question to your presentation, and maybe if you are still here and you are able to rejoin. I think Ivan is not here, but I think we will transfer the questions to Ivan, and he may get back to you in the comments. Thank you for asking these questions.
Okay.
Alex, yes, you're on the stage.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much for yesterday's presentation. It was a little longer, but the quality of the presentation make it worthwhile, and basically it was interesting. It doesn't slightly fit the length, but it was all good information. So thank you so much for delivering it.
Yeah, welcome. Today I will try to be like a little bit brief. So.
Well, today is actually your keynote day, so today you need to speak longer. Yeah.
Okay, should I start?
Yeah, you are most welcome to start. So yeah, the stage is yours. Would you like to start the presentation?
Yeah. Okay, now you should see my screen. Is it fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, today I would like to talk about digital identity because we started investigating this topic, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, and like digital identity market and digital identity solutions right now, like they are very like different from solutions that were on the market 4 years ago. But today we'll talk about like the main concepts, the main products in the market, and a little bit about our experience in building such kind of solutions. So yeah, existing problems the same as several years ago. So from time to time, you should like pass the same KYC procedures, the same identity procedures. Like you should provide the same type of documents, the same documents to different identity providers for receiving like independent accounts in different accounting systems. It means that, just imagine some regular accounting system. It can be some social network. It can be some, I don't know, some block system, some financial system, for example, your bank. And you should provide like the ton of different documents like with passports, with identity numbers, with like driver licenses, etc., etc. And the system creates your personal account that is not linked like to external world, and you can operate this system only like using this created account. But sometimes you can't be like ever logged with Google, with Facebook, or like different kinds of solutions. The next approach, so some services provided you the ability to log in with their solutions, but they like usually use the traditional architecture, traditional OAuth protocol, but like that's not how it should looks right now. Now you should like use digital signature and like highly protected methods for authentication and receiving like some grants, receiving like some permissions for doing something in accounting systems. So in the first case, the registration procedure can be like really time consumed. In the second one, you have some like centralized identity provider like Google, like Facebook, like I don't know, like any entity you prefer. But yeah, this entity is centralized, and every time when you're trying to log into some service using Google, you should ask Google to verify that you're real. You have an account in the Google, and so you verify that you have the access to this exact account. So yeah, and sometimes it's like it doesn't help, because for example, if you log in with Google and if you log in with Facebook, you can receive like the separate accounts within one accounting system, and like that's a big headache for the regular user. Users want like to have a really like easy process how they can integrate it, how they can be integrated with different accounting systems. With the first one, using like the small amounts of steps for registration, for authentication, etc., etc. And the second one, yeah, definitely each user want to have like kind of security. So everybody want to have some kind of level of protection that allows him not to lose their identity. So yeah, why need like the digital identity right now? The first of all, the security communication. So only like if Alice have some meeting with Bob, she should be sure that like she's communicating exactly with Bob. When I try to send some request to my bank for sending some transaction, or like for requesting some program, something like that, the bank should be sure that exactly me requesting him. Yeah, for that you should have a digital identity. The next one, the digital identity is required for automating the different registration process in different accounting system without like really like difficult process, and with automating the process of reaching some personal data. So yeah, exactly, I would like to have the method of authenticating me, where like identity consumer can receive my personal data without different like difficult process, but or directly from me, but with some kind of verification, or for some trusted identity provider. For example, I don't know, my insurance company can receive my personal data from my bank, but only in the case if I allow it that. And the next one, human-to-machine and machine-to-machine interaction. So yeah, microwave should have their identity. Your like phone should have their like digital identity. Your car should have like their own digital identity, because these devices will communicate one with others. And definitely in a couple of years, it will happen in a lot of different areas, but like, yeah, that starts right now. What the digital identity is that's like not identifier of your email. It's not identifier you're in Google account. It's not your Facebook identifier. That's not about that. Identity is like a combination. It's a combination of keys. It's a combination of accounts in different accounting systems. It's like the piece of identity is like your passport. The piece of identity is a photo you took a couple days ago, etc., etc. So identity, it's like some entity that includes a lot of personal data, a lot of confirmations of this personal data from different identity providers, etc., etc. And yeah, definitely humanity should have some approach that allows them to like digitally aggregate all this data with all these confirmations into one entity, and like, yeah, it will be a digital identity. So right now that's like not so complicated, and now it's like only on the first stage. But yeah, in next, I don't know, 10 years, maybe 20 years, it will like more visible, more touchable, and more like specified, I would say. So yeah, how is it started? That started from like public infrastructures. That started from like two different approaches for building these public infrastructures. And right now, existing identity solutions, they are kind of combinations. They're like something like middle between these approaches. And yeah, let's start with like briefing of these approaches. So the first one, Web of Trust, that's like a P2P network where each participant have some connection with another one, and between each two participants there is some like trust line. I can define the level of this trust line like myself, and my counterparty can do like the same. But yeah, the network is P2P, and some like parts of the network can organize some federations with particular level of trust. The separate approach is like hierarchical public infrastructure, where is some centralized authority that can confirm authorities that is like below of this central authority. These authorities can issue certificates like to organizations below, and this organization can issue some certificates to the end users. So in this case, we have kind of like some tree model with with root authority, and like all trust connections depend on this centralized authority. Yeah, right now all existing identity solutions, they combine to these approaches. Yeah, if we are talking about like distributed systems, distributed solutions, so yeah, they they define like some terms of identity providers. Yeah, definitely this like centralized organizations, but they provide you a way to select which identity providers will verify your data. So you can trust not only one entity, but several like responsible authorities who will verify your data. So yeah, let's talk about like general principles of the global identity system. We tried to form that 4 years ago, and right now it's like a pretty close. So some technologies were changed, some like approaches were changed, but like the main principles right now, a lot of identity protocols declare that. So the first one, yeah, users should be responsible for generating and storing their key pairs. And yeah, as we said before, the key pair right now, there's a single highly protected method of authenticating you in some accounting system. So definitely your identity should be connected to some different key pairs. Cryptography doesn't matter, different constructions doesn't matter, curves doesn't matter, but yeah, definitely for some identity can have a lot of different key pairs or like usual keys, and this identity should be some way connected to these key pairs. But like principle is pretty simple. Users, so and identity holders should be responsible for generating and storing like this private and public keys. So the next one, different identity providers can verify the identity and attributes of the system. Yeah, that's the logical. For example, bank can confirm your bank account. Some university can confirm your knowledge. Some authority can confirm that you're Ukrainian, for example, or you have other nationality, it doesn't matter. So yeah, definitely there is no the central authority that can confirm everything. Yeah, for example, Alice can confirm that Bob is is her friend, and only Alice can do that. The National Bank of Ukraine cannot do that, and definitely yeah. They will not do that. So yeah, but there is a lot of different identity providers with different level of trust, but each provider can confirm some data, some attributes, some etc., etc. As next one, identity provider is responsible for generating of proofs of identification during the verification procedure. What does it mean? It means that when I confirm some data that belongs to another person, I should generate a proof that I confirmed that. The simplest way, I just can leave a digital signature. In more complex solutions, proofs are more complex, so they can include some Merkle branch or Merkle inclusion proof, some zero knowledge proofs, etc., etc. But anyway, there should be a method that allows you to prove that some time ago I issued some proof of your ownership of some attribute. That's okay. The next one, all events related to identity are potentially publicly auditable by everybody. Yeah, and at the same time, the user's data is kept confidential in the separate database of the separate providers. Yeah, definitely when somebody verifies me, he should recognize my data. This entity should store this data. Yeah, but definitely at the same time, it should be compliant with some standards. So definitely this entity shouldn't disclosure my data, because I don't want that. And at the same time, these proofs should be auditable. For example, if somebody confirmed my ownership of my passport, for example, this entity created some record. This record doesn't disclosure some private data, some sensitive information, but using this data, some verifier can be sure that I'm the owner of this particular data. It's very important. So these proofs should be publicly auditable, but the data should be stored only by parties who had the access to this data. The next one, all events with identity are timestamped and ordered. Yeah, it's that's the wish of a lot of people, but right now, yeah, some protocols support that, some protocols don't support that. But yeah, in the ideal world, all events should be should be timestamped, and they should be timestamped with some irreversibility proofs. So there should be a lot of different accounting systems, and each system should be responsible for storing identity verification proofs in some kind of irreversible way. So yeah, different blockchains can be used for that. Different accounting systems, different public registers should be designed for that. There will no single source of the truth. But yeah, it's better to have the system that is designed for storing some identity events that provides you the ability to timestamp these events, to timestamp these proofs, with the ability in the future to use these proofs for verifiers. And the last one, the more identity providers independently confirming identity and the timestamp, the better. So yeah, if somebody confirms that, if somebody confirms my name, it's you should trust to this authority. Or if it has a high reputation, etc., anyways, that's centralized. But if, for example, dozens of different identity providers confirms the same name, the level of like, there are a lot of sources of truth, and you can select who exactly is more responsible for that, who exactly, for you can do this activity, who exactly can do that like more properly than other, etc., etc. But if there are a lot of like different authorities that confirm it, the same data, it increases the level of, I don't know, trusted relation to this data. But anyway, like reputation matters. But there is like the list of digital identity challenges. And like this list of drawbacks and challenges, like they are relevant, and they are probably like correspond to a lot of existing protocols. So the first one, nobody can say how the like true identity system should look like. So there are a lot of people that say that it should be like totally centralized system, and they have their own proofs why it should be like built this way. A lot of people provide you like their thoughts about this system should be like self-sovereign, so each identity holder should be responsible for storing this data. Data should be stored only like by devices of users, etc., etc. So there are a lot of people who believe in totally decentralized approach. I think like the truth in the middle. So definitely users should be responsible for storing this data, but anyway, identity providers somehow will store this data as well. I don't believe like there will be centralized organizations, like a little amount of centralized organizations that are probably will issue these certificates with like these proofs, etc., etc. Probably their like amount will be not so small. But right now the clear picture how the future of the digital identity like will be, nobody knows right now. So there are like a lot of theories, but we will see that in dozens of years. The next one, theft and loss of identity. So for example, you have a lot of different identity confirmations from different providers. You control it, a lot of different keys that is connected to the identity. And just imagine that you lost the device that controlled your identity. They lost some documents, some like artifacts, some attributes, etc., etc. And it's very difficult to recover the identity, because if the identity system is decentralized, it means that you should visit all identity providers. You should again confirm the ownership of these attributes, of these artifacts, of these claims, and they should revoke old credentials and again issue new certificates, confirm your previous credentials as well, etc., etc. So it will be like the difficult process. If the like centralized, if the main responsible authority is centralized, it will be done really easy. You should only like visit this centralized authority and change your identity, and like do everything like really quickly. But if the network of identity providers is like decentralized, it will be like a challenge. The next one, updates and recovery. That's like very very close that I said before, that if you want to update some artifacts, some attributes, or you want to recover something, it will be a challenge. Censorship, but for centralized system, like it have more significant impact. For decentralized, that's like not so important. If you have a lot of identity providers, definitely there are several who are ready to confirm some data, and you can use this proof later, ever if if one organization like declines your request for confirming some data. Privacy and GDPR, that's like problem is relevant like all time where information systems like exist. You should, there is like you should have a balance how you can use some verifiable public proofs for using them later to prove some ownership of particular artifacts. At the same time, everybody want to have some like GDPR compliance. Everybody want to be protected from different kinds of vulnerabilities that touch your data, etc., etc. And scalability, so there is no like infinitive systems with infinitive like capacity, throughput, etc., etc. And in the centralized systems, the time of updating artifacts, confirming some events, recovery some accounts, it can take a lot of time for doing that. Because some news should be spread under the network, so each node, each participant should broadcast that to like other network participants, etc., etc. So if the network is really distributed, some processes can take a lot of time for being finished. Okay. How you can trust to user digital identity? So there are a lot of approaches how it should be organized. The first one, you can just calculate the number of identity confirmations from other system participants, but it derives a lot of problems. So it doesn't protect you from cyber attacks. If for example the creation of identity costs nothing, definitely there will be like a lot of bots, a lot of some machines that like is created not by people but some like some existing users. You cannot track that, because I don't believe that the final digital identity system will be founded on some like biometric approaches. It will be only the part of that. For example, WorldCoin, etc. So they try to implement that, but I don't believe that it will cover all existing identity infrastructure. It will be only like the part of that. It means that sometimes we should like provide the ability to protect the system from different bots, from different invalid identities that is created by invalid accounts, something like that. Because if, for example, you're going to use this identity infrastructure for like real world solutions, you should have the high level of reliability of the system, and you should trust that these users are valid, all these attributes are correct, etc., etc. So the first approach, when we only like counting identity confirmations of some particular data, that's like not so reliable as we prefer. The next one, that's a trust to specific identity provider. That's like the situation what we have right now, ever with like existing paper documents, existing digital documents. So there are the list of authorities. Everybody trusts to these authorities by default, because, for example, you are a citizen of particular country, city, etc., etc. So by default, we trust to this, like we trust to governance. Let's say that. Because if, for example, somebody shows you the passport of Ukrainian, you can verify that it was issued by appropriate authority, and that's enough for you for doing this verification. In the future, the situation will can be the same. So there can be the list of trusted authorities, trusted identity providers, and a lot of users will trust them. So probably the existing mechanism can be transferred, can be moved in the like digital environment, but with the same properties. The next one, that's verification of the identities of both the target user and the providers who confirmed his or her details. Yeah, by the hood, it means that when you verify of identity of someone, you should verify identities of all identity providers who confirmed their claims. Then you should verify all identity providers who provided this identity to these identity providers, etc., etc. So algorithms will be really, really difficult. So they can show you, yeah, the true, yeah, how this happened in real, but the algorithms will be really difficult. So you should investigate all network. You should like calculate all like trusted relationships between all network participants, and you should process that. And probably it will be like really difficult to implement such kind of algorithms. And the last one, that's a full customization of the verification and decision-making algorithm. Yeah, it probably can be like only the only right way, where we say that end identity consumer can decide how exactly he or she will verify this data. So, for example, if I provided some proof to Bob, and he trusts to, I don't know, to some bank, so for him, and this proof was issued by this bank, so Bob can verify that this proof is valid. But for example, to other participant, it will not be like a proof. It will not be a proof with significant level of trust to this proof, because exactly, yeah, Carol, Eva, they trust to other authorities. They can trust to other like mathematical models, how they verify my credentials, etc. So probably we should provide the ability to decide of the verifier of this data, how exactly this data are verified, and how exactly they calculate the level of trust to this data. Okay, yeah, there is a huge slide about private data storage in GPR. So there are like two main problems. The first one is achieving robust integrity control over data and history of these changes. It means that, as I said before, that in the like ideal world, everything should be verifiable. But at the same case, that's impossible to reach the privacy of some kind of data, because if you reveal some data to identity provider, it knows your data. It means that it can propagate that, it can share that, it can sell that, etc., etc. So there isn't like a way when you can prove to some bank, for example, that you're Ukrainian without like revealing that. But there is like another solution. You can prove that to end verifier. So for example, if identity provider already processed your data and issued some like identity proof, you can use this proof to verifier without disclosing what exactly in this proof. And yeah, that's fantastic. And later we will talk how IDEN3 protocol and, for example, Polygon ID, how this solution supplements that. So probably, yeah, how in general you can protect your identity from disclosure in your personal data, but with the same time with ability to verify your claims in the real time. So the first one, data should be encrypted and should be stored only like in by counterparties. It means only like by holder, only by owner of this data, and only by the site who verifies this data. The next one, access to the database on individual providers may vary. Each of the local identity system is independent. Yeah, so each existing identity providers, all existing identity providers, they have their own databases, they have their own not identity, but like IT infrastructures, that is designed for storing, for processing some data, and they can use them itself. So, but yeah, responsibility for storing, managing, and transferring this data via secure way should be like there, and that's it. So there will no like the single protocol that allows to achieve like the high level of security of identity infrastructure, and it will not work for the like all world, because the responsibility for storing particular data is like responsibility of identity provider who performs the verification of this data. So this should be like really simple. As next one, the consumer information may receive information about which of the provider stores data about the user. So yeah, what does it mean? So yeah, for example, in some cases, you can not share your data directly to data verifier, but you can ask identity provider to share this data and prove that this data is valid. Some of protocol don't allow you to do that. It's like more oriented self-sovereign identity protocols, and owners and inventors of these protocols, they believe that only users should be responsible for controlling their data. Partially that's true, but partially for some use cases it's not so simple and not so useful, because sometimes it's very sometimes it makes sense if user asks identity provider to share some data exactly with verifier and provide, for example, the signature of this access, and that's enough. Anyway, identity provider stores this data because it's like its own responsibility. And this shouldn't be like difficult for identity provider to share this data with some like data consumer, but identity provider should be sure that identity provided the access for sharing this data. And about that, like the last point on this slide. So yeah, let's talk about IDEN3 protocol. It was created a couple of years ago, but we have already received like a lot of experience with working with this protocol, and this protocol mathematically is beautiful. So what this protocol is about? This protocol, it's like self-sovereign identity-based protocol that organizes the like triangle between issuer, verifier, and holder. And at the core of the protocol, zero-knowledge proofs are used. Yeah, here you can see issuer. Issuer, that's like we can call them identity providers. So issuer is an entity that is responsible for issuing some verifiable credentials. A verifiable credential is some piece of the data that confirms of ownership of some identity attributes. For example, if I'm Ukrainian, this is like it could be like represented as a verifiable credential. If I'm, I don't know, 26, it's like kind of verifiable credential. If I have like a friend, some friend, it's a verifiable credentials. It only like matters who exactly confirms that. So issuer, it's some trusted authority who can provide verifiable credentials to users. The second entity is a holder. Holder is identity owner. A holder can have like infinitive amount of verifiable credentials, and these credentials can be issued by different issuers. But yeah, IDEN3 protocol presumes the storing of the data and verifiable credentials directly by the holder, and only holder can generate a proof of ownership of these verifiable credentials. And the last side, that's a verifier. Verifier is an entity that can verify that user provided a right verifiable credential. And there are two types of verifiers. The first one, off-chain verifier, so it can be like any server, any entity, any organization, etc., etc. And appropriate proofs will be like processed and verified on some like backend. Let's say that. The next one, verifier can be on-chain, so it can be some smart contract that can verify zero-knowledge proofs and provide access to like performing some actions. Yeah, for example, you can have ERC20 contract and function of mint some tokens require zero-knowledge proofs of yeah, for example, that some issuer verified that you're a student or you're like older than 18 or something like that. So yeah, IDEN3 protocol supports three kind of proofs. The first one is the signature issuance proofs. It's off-chain proof. So, for example, I visited my bank and my bank directly to me issued this verifiable credential. It means that bank shouldn't do something on-chain. So it just generated the signature, provide me the claim with the signature. And later I can take this verifiable credential and use it off-chain, only like providing like this verifiable credential and signature. And any entity who knows the public key of the bank can verify that. But definitely, like, yeah, this can be used only by off-chain cases. So yeah, it makes not much sense for Web3 applications. The next one, Merkle tree issuance proof. IDEN3 protocol proposes a conception when each issuer can have own Merkle tree with verifiable credentials that were issued by this issuer. So, for example, bank organized this tree with verifiable credentials for Bob, for Alice, for Carol, for Dave, etc., for all consumers who came to bank, and which, yeah, all verifiable credentials that were issued by this bank. And for example, if you're going to verify credentials on chain, so the end consumer, for example, Alice, can provide a verifiable credential in some form and provide a zero knowledge proof that her particular verifiable credential was included in the Merkle tree of this bank. And the next one is a non-revocation proof. Yeah, by default, bank creates not only one tree, not only Merkle tree with all verifiable credentials, but two additional trees. The second one is a revocation tree. The third one is a state tree. Yes, state tree is like pretty complicated, but it's needed. Shortly, that's needed for storing, changing of all status of like Merkle and revocation tree. But revocation tree is pretty easy. So this a tree designed for storing verifiable credentials that were revoked. So, for example, if after 2 years my data is invalid, a bank can mark that as invalid and revoke verifiable credentials that confirmed my data before. And non-revocation proof, that's a proof that generates that is generated by the user. That verifiable credentials, that particular verifiable credential isn't expired, isn't revoked, and this like irrelevant. So if user want to prove something to some smart contract, to some decentralized application, it should provide the zero knowledge proofs that include that the verifiable credential was issued by particular issuer. This verifiable credential included in Merkle tree of this issuer. And the third one, this verifiable credential isn't included in the revocation list or in the revocation tree. So yeah, which is advantages of the IDEN3 protocol? The first one is the privacy using zero knowledge proofs. IDEN3 protocol additionally provides some schemes that allows you to prove some data without their revealing. For example, if some bank confirmed that your age is 26, for example, you can later prove to some verifier that is your age more than 18, but without revealing the exact number 26. For them, they use Zika queries But yeah, that's pretty complicated thing. But for some types of credentials, you can use like as I explained before. So for some verifiable credentials, you can no disclosure or some private information, but prove that this private information corresponding to some particular rules. As next one, yeah, IDEN3 protocol, as I said before, supports two kinds of verifications. As the first one, on-chain verification by smart contract, by decentralized applications, and like the second one is like more classic. That's verification off-chain when, for example, I can show you QR code, as in like famous Ukrainian application, and my counterparty can scan this QR code and should be like, yeah, should be sure that this verifiable credential is valid, but without like requesting, without like performing different actions on chain. The next one, that's a self-sovereign identity protocol. I have already mentioned that these types of protocols allow only users be responsible for storing their data in the form of verifiable credentials. At the same time, verifier have no access to the data before verification, and identity provider or issuer is responsible only like for creating proofs of, for creating verifiable credentials. So issuers or identity providers, they are not responsible for storing the data, they can not store them. And this last one, transitive trust, it's very interesting because you can create some decentralized application and define how exactly the identity verification will be performed. So you can define the list of identity providers or issuers who should provide verifiable credentials. Moreover, you can define the types of verifiable credentials that should be provided by the user and should be verified by the smart contract. So yeah, that's a pretty flexible infrastructure and allows you to provide the list of, not the list of, but it allows you to define some settings how exactly verifiable credentials will be verified. So yeah, there are a lot of different types of verifiable credentials, some of them responsible for age, some of them for, I don't know, for proof of uniqueness, some of them for storing like more complex solutions. But you using like Zk queries and using IDEN3 protocol, you can customize your own solutions that will verify identities on chain. So yeah, IDEN3 is like only protocol, but there are a lot of different implementations. The most famous is a Polygon ID. So Polygon ID is a final solution that is based on IDEN3 protocol, but Polygon ID is already deployed on Polygon network. But yeah, there are a lot of different forks of Polygon ID and IDEN3 protocol that is deployed on separate EVM compatible networks. Okay. Yeah, also recently we published like a big paper about IDEN3 protocol and about like current opportunities for digital identity. If you have a chance to check that, for that you can just text me to email. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for attention. Feel free to ask any questions.
Well, Alexander, thank you so much for another great presentation you delivered on this forum. We're happy that you joined us, and yeah, there are at least a few questions. So let's start from the questions from the audience. And Alexander, do you need developers, or maybe in that sense it is researchers and developers, of alternative model of digital economy, for alternative model of the digital economy?
Okay, I will try like to answer shortly. We don't build like alternative digital economy. We just developers. We have like we have some domain knowledge in mathematics and cryptography and like blockchain, etc., etc. So, but we are services providers. So we don't like build our own some ecosystem, our own metaverse with alternative economics. We try to help people to build that they want. But yeah, recently we hired different developers but usually like there's cryptographers, Go Rust developers, Solidity developers, etc., etc. So in our company, like only 2 people who like really who have a really good knowledge in economics. But yeah, that's the FI expert and our like accountant. That's it.
Well, maybe there is a contact information or some way for people who are interested to work for your company, how they can approach you. What is the best?
It's not a problem. You can write directly to me. I have presented my email address. You can visit the site of Distributed Lab and leave your contacts like there.
Do you mind uploading your presentation again? So we will put your email address onto the screen so people are able to reach out to you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I hope you can see that now.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the email address of Alexander. So now while we are basically,
I should leave that.
Yeah. Let's keep it. Maybe that will be. There are at least 2 questions. First of them is to receive the paper, and second is actually to approach you for potential opportunities of working together.
Okay. Yeah, for reaching like the paper, there are 2 ways. The first one on the screen, you can text directly to me. Second one, you can visit LinkedIn, my LinkedIn or Pavel Kravchenko, it's our CEO LinkedIn, and we posted like this article, I don't know, maybe a week ago. So it not so like not so long ago. The next one, yeah, we are like open to different kind of collaborations. So yeah. Recently, yeah, we are trying to communicate with different communities, with different projects. For example, yeah, with Polygon, with Ethereum. Recently, we received a grant for some educational program. With Arbitrum, a lot of time of different communities. So if you're interested, like in making Web3 better and world better, using like blockchain, using cryptography, we are open. Like, yeah, and we'll be happy like to help with that as developers.
Understood. Yes, thank you so much for this. Also, maybe do you think it may be a good idea if you can send the link to this paper here, and we will publish it in the comments for people to?
Yeah, no problem. Give me maybe 2 minutes. Let me find it.
Let's do it.
Maybe if you have some question, I can like search the paper and answer that.
Yeah. There was another question of. So how do you consider an institutionalization of crypto? Does it correspond to the inner idea of one?
Yeah, that's a very like difficult question because I would tell you that there is no like crypto developer companies. It's only like developer companies with some domain knowledge with like blockchain technology, crypto, etc., etc. Will the crypto accepted by a lot of different, I don't know, institutions, governance, etc., etc. It's really hard to say because the real crypto cannot be controlled by someone. Cannot be controlled. Bitcoin, Ethereum, other cryptocurrency, like their model is like decentralized. So it means that all processes in this accounting system are decentralized. By the processes, I mean issuance of cryptocurrencies, transaction processing, consensus reaching algorithms, all processes, data storage, all processes. Institutional organizations definitely they are designed and they want to control something. It means that crypto cannot be regulated because somebody thinks it can be, but definitely not. Regulated can be like national currency. Regulated can be different tokens and digital assets, but not a crypto. You cannot regulate Bitcoin because I can have my own Bitcoin wallet and pay that directly, like to user P2P. Like that's like a cash, but that's better because I can do that in digital form. So yeah, 100 like it cannot be compatible for 100 with some legacy aspects, because I'm not sure that lawyers or some like governance institution can answer the question how you can control Bitcoin totally, because they can control the national currency totally, but not a cryptocurrency. So probably, yeah, I have like no clear answer, but I'm in this domain more than 7 years, so I like, yeah, probably it's pretty complicated task for current opportunities. Okay, yeah, I found the link where I can leave that in private chat.
You can go to the comments section and post it right there. If you have an error, you can send it to the private chat, and I will post it there.
Yeah, I have an error, so I have sent that in private chat. If you share that with community guys, so it will be great.
Okay. So yeah, here is the link. So yeah, the basically yeah, regulation wise, yeah, definitely this may be a valid point of view, in which many of people working in crypto, that crypto should not be regulated, but different regulators may have different views on this topic. So, but we're talking here about technologies, not about regulation. So I suggest we deviate from this part. Another question from the audience: should a digital identity be connected to the human one?
It's a fantastic question. You know that how the state. Yeah. By the way, I have sent the second link. It seems like the first one isn't valid, so please like resend the second one. Yeah, this question is interesting. How the current things, how the current things are going. So there are a lot of protocols, and each protocol tries to create some kind of like proof of human. They provide some protocols that probably can replace the CAPTCHA or other like humanity like recognition protocols, but they are local. So definitely, how you can recognize the person if you stay in the world with different like legacy policies, with different countries, with different communities, with different like people, but in the digital form. So that's impossible. The only like the way how you can do that like formal and it should be work for everyone. That's like, yeah, early you can do that just by video chat. So yeah, I communicate with you, so probably you can think that I'm a real person, but probably not. Who knows? Maybe right now some like artificial intelligence like generate some like picture of me, generate some phrases based on like on my 8 years of work. So that's probably right now. So WorldCoin tries to solve that. Yeah, you know, they have their own technology. Some identity protocols have their own technologies, and probably it will be like the same in the future. But also it matters like the trust of you to this identity protocol, to this identity providers, how they recognize like real people, how they provide this proof of humanities, etc. So like that's a really close topics, but I don't know that in 5 years or in 10 years you truly can recognize the real people. Because right now, yeah, you can see how technologies of AI, how they are growing right now, and yeah, but that's like a big. I know that's the person who provide like the unique the protocol how you can differentiate the like person from like artificial intelligence or some bot in the future. He'll like he will be like the top person in the world. So I would say like such way.
Got it. Yeah, thank you for this answer. There is another one. Should the blockchain have a digital identity?
Okay, listen, blockchain is like a technology, that's a method of synchronizing data. If we mean some particular blockchain like Ethereum, like Bitcoin, like, I don't know, Polkadot, they can have their own identity protocols. Yeah, the simplest way, you can communicate with different transactions, with different smart contracts using your private and public keys. And the simplest digital identity is a key pair. So for Ethereum, your identity is limited by key pair, by your external owned account. That's it. Some protocols are built using blockchain because, as I said before, that's very important if there is some source of the truth where identity events are stamped, where you can find where exactly some verifiable credential happened, how this updated, etc., etc. So this should be like publicly verifiable. But blockchain, it can be like a technology that supports the digital identity, but blockchain doesn't provide like kind of trustless for digital identity, kind of verification of digital identities. No, blockchain is only the technology that allows you to retrieve the integrity of history. Digital identity, that's the set of protocols that allows you to communicate with different smart contracts, people, organizations, with providing some proofs that you're in particular category. For example, you belong to some community, you're more than like 18, you have received the passport from like Ukrainian governance, like any community you prefer, but that's only a way how you can be recognizable for verifier. Blockchain is like a little bit different one, but these technologies can work together. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for the answer. Dear audience, please ask follow-up questions if you have ones. And I actually have the question to you. So I can say, you know, one of my first deep dives into the topic of digital identity was by reading your book, Blockchain and Decentralized Systems, which I still consider one of the best books or best technical books on the topic of blockchain. And I would like to say, basically, it some time has passed, and yeah, I read maybe not the last edition, but how, in general, your views evolved since writing that book?
You know that we were young, definitely. If we like, if we write this book right now, probably it could look a little bit different because, as I said, for 4 years, a lot of like changes like happened, and 4 years ago, there like weren't existing examples how the digital identity can work, I mean, like really like scalable solutions, existing solutions with like a huge of user base, etc., etc. So there are some protocols like W3C protocol, like a standard. There are a lot of others, but everybody solved their problem as is so right now. For now, we have a lot of like ecosystem of identity protocols, and they applied like the best practices from their time. But yeah, if I would say right now, so if you write these chapters of the book right now, some things will be deleted. Will be deleted.
Merci.
Some of them will be added because that's only like were our thoughts, and I'm really happy that some of them are correct right now. But we are like not visionaries, we are like not wizards. So
well, no one can predict the future.
But
are you planning to revise the book? Basically, maybe release some updates. You know, some.
Yeah, sure. Because if it like don't have like a much of work, we will do that right now. But we are waiting like for best times. but definitely yes. The second version, the third version, because the technologies they don't like stop. They continue growing, they continue like developing, etc., etc.
So one more question: these solutions? So basically, what solutions are you working on in the digital identity? What are there projects you created, or there are projects you are contributing to, or what projects of others you are recommending? It was in the presentation, but to provide like a brief summary of this.
Yeah, as you said, the last phones like was IDEN3 protocol from that time where we met this protocol. The first of all,
what is your role with IDEN3? What is your role with IDEN3?
What is my
what is your role? Your company's role with IDEN3?
Just like we are friends with them from like nearest like time. But first of all, how that started, we found this protocol. We're like, okay, this is beautiful. The mathematics is beautiful. The protocol is beautiful. Okay, why people don't use that? We implemented that to our blockchain. Okay, that works right now. Then we have we received one partner who tried to build cross-chain identity protocol, and we use that IDEN3 as a basis. Right now, this protocol works as well. And right now, some clients come to us and ask to build some identity infrastructure to some identity solutions. So we are asking them like, what you prefer. There are a lot of different protocols. We work it with that. That is our source. But yeah, for now there is like no big amount of like really beautiful protocols. IDEN3 is beautiful. It's not beautiful because it has no tokenomics model. It has no, I don't know, some marketing or something like that. It's just a protocol. It's like Bitcoin, but for digital identity. Yeah, because math under the hood is fantastic. And that motivates us to work with that, to build the product on top of that, and talk about that right now.
Well, thank you so much. I already made a note for myself to review it. So there is a follow-up question from the audience. So I'm reading it. Can the wallet be in a cloud?
Yeah, sure. A lot of wallets work this way, but we are not talking about user wallet. But for example, you can organize a key management model using multi-signature, and you can store the first key on the local device. The first key in some, I don't know, in some safe in the physical form without like connection to the internet. And the third one can be stored by some service, by the cloud, by the like any place you prefer. So yeah, that's like not the securest way as you can use storage your keys, and like not the most protected way how you can manage that. But yeah, technical, there is no problem.
Thank you so much. Another question: whether biometrics is enough to verify identity?
Not, because people. Yeah, what is identity? Actually, there is what people own is like a biometry. The second one, what people know, that's some knowledge, some secrets, some passphrase, and what was the third one? I don't remember, but yeah, there is three entities: how you can prove your identity, how you can authenticate yourself, etc., etc. But biometry is like only ownership. It's some physical ownership of some parts of your body, something like that. But some mechanism use that for local devices. It's like really flexible, really useful. Some systems allow you to pass authentication procedures using cryptographic keys. Some of them provide you the ability to use some passwords. It's different ways, but that's only like a part. That's only like a part, and some biometry material can be just replaced. So yeah, that's why we are talking about 2FA authentications, because where you use not only knowledge and maybe some ownership, something like that. If you use several approach for proving something, for authenticating to different systems, for proving, I don't know, different digital identity attributes, etc., you're growing the level of protection of your own identity, because you know my finger is not enough. Somebody can steal that, and what I will do.
Hopefully no one will, but yeah, we can imagine how it is possible. Okay, do we have any other questions? So let's give a minute for people to think and maybe ask another questions. I also suggest, Alexander, there will be a third. Basically, tomorrow you will be part of the panel with the deputy minister and with Ramesh and with executive director of INAPTA. And yeah, the moderator will be Maxim Minchuk from Web3 Institute. So right after this panel, there will be a presentation of Craig Sellers, who is a co-founder and a former CTO of Tether, and he will be presenting his project, Self-ID, which is also related to digital identity. I think it may be worthwhile for you to stay a little longer after your panel discussion, for you to review this his presentation, and maybe you will also find it interesting.
Yeah,
and
yeah, I will be staying. So yeah, that's interesting.
Sounds good. So it looks like we don't have other questions. We are again kind of like going like behind the schedule, and let's have a 15 minutes break, and I see you all in 15 minutes. Alexander, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you. Yeah, have a nice day. Bye. See
you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
So hello everyone. Again, yeah, thank you for staying with us. And this is the end of the break. And so we are continuing our second day of the first IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum. And I'm happy to introduce our next speaker. So yeah, next speaker is Erin Vanderberg from Cosmos Ecosystem. Erin is currently a director of ecosystem growth at Atom Accelerator DAO, which is one of the core entities in the Cosmos ecosystem. Hello, Erin. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning, good evening. It's evening there. I know it's very early here in San Francisco. No, not even the setup yet, but it's great to join you, and thank you so much, Sergey, for having me. And let me share a little bit about me and a little bit about the Cosmos ecosystem.
Yeah, sure.
So, and I had a presentation, but I'm having some technical difficulties, so you'll just have to sit and listen to my lovely voice. So a little bit about me. I started my career in traditional finance, working as an analyst and doing institutional sales and trading in securitized products, collateralized loan obligations, asset-backed securities. I moved into cybersecurity for a few years, where I focused on identity and access management, as well as multi-factor authentication. And I've been in blockchain for about 5 years now, and I've worked at the core of the Cosmos ecosystem for the last 2.5 years. I worked with one of the founders, Jay Kwan, worked directly under him, and it was a very inspiring experience. Now I currently am at the Atom Accelerator DAO. I'm also an advisor to several companies such as HPF Financial, Starta, Mappa, and Plurigrid. In my current role at the Atom Accelerator DAO, I'm working on helping to grow the Cosmos ecosystem. We are a decentralized ecosystem, unlike many other layer ones, layer twos in the blockchain world. We aim to be decentralized as possible, and we aim to do this as so our growth engine. We just created it a year ago in its new form, and it's working as in a DAO format. And we're basically a community-oriented fund that is aimed to support public goods creation in the Cosmos ecosystem. We support only open source projects and ecosystem initiatives that can assist bringing success to Cosmos, new communities, new other blockchains into the Cosmos ecosystem. We were formed from an on-chain proposal, Proposal 95, and we are truly funded by the community and for the community. I know that everyone here is pretty familiar with blockchain, and I think that I'm probably not alone in many of you will agree with me that blockchain and distributed ledger technology will revolutionize many industries, as well as change governance and the way we use governance in, you know, not only financial systems, but also nation states. And one of the industries that I'm most familiar with, and that I think is the most ripe for disruption, is finance. I've personally worked in finance for years, and it's you know, the systems in place are so archaic that it's almost ridiculous. It still takes T+2 to settle any transaction, and that's the shortest. So, you know, thinking of our digital world, having several days to settle a financial transaction is rather ridiculous. And in one study, I think, you know, so this is, it's bad from a cost perspective, from a risk management perspective. Once we enable blockchain or we use blockchain technologies, we can remove intermediaries from the domain of financial services. We no longer need these large institutions, and we can truly have a peer-to-peer financial system. We can lower, you know, there's one study by HSBC that showed that we could lower transaction costs by 90% by using blockchain. And that's obviously a significant reduction. It can not only make businesses more profitable and financial institutions more profitable, but that cost can be passed down to the individual user and the individual consumer. We need increased transparency and security in these systems. I mean, as we all know, I was just starting on the trading desk during the credit crisis in 2007 and 2008. We need to have more transparency in the financial system, as well as better risk management, so we don't end up in a similar situation. One of the biggest issues I've seen with current financial system is cross-border payments and remittances. I was speaking to someone at Bitcoin 2021, an Uber driver, that basically asked me, what is Bitcoin? What is blockchain? And I spoke to him for a few minutes, and basically he said that he was a Cuban immigrant working 5 jobs to send as much money at home to support as many people as he could, 6, 8, however many he could, to literally feed his family. And he was being charged at the time 12% to send money 90 miles. That should be borderline criminal. So we can use blockchain. And I believe right now there's a MoneyGram is doing a new method of sending money using blockchain, and I believe they're offering it for no fee at all. And that is just, you know, not only saves money, it's just a humanitarian and social impact good. Which brings me to my next point, which is democratization of finance. There are, I believe last I checked, it was 2 billion people in the world that are unbanked and that can't afford even just a bank account. And that should really be a right, human right, because it is almost impossible to do anything. It's impossible to save money, to do really anything without a bank account. So overall, basically, blockchain will revolutionize the financial industry. One example is Swift. Swift is currently doing a blockchain project proof of concept to test for reconciliation of databases for cross-border payments. I think that they started this a few months ago, and it can provide a tamper-proof environment for secure transactions and provide a great example of the application of blockchain to financial industry. In Cosmos, we're working on developing. There's a few blockchain projects right now being done. We're in the beginning stages of working on development of a few applications from within the Cosmos ecosystem. So a bit more into Cosmos. As I'm sure everyone knows, the trilemma problem is the biggest issue with blockchain technology, and it's decentralization, security, and scalability are really the three core, three core parts of the blockchain. And most have had an issue with scalability and decentralization. So Cosmos is truly probably the most scalable of any of the layer ones, layer twos out there. We aim to be the most scalable, usable, and interoperable. Basically, Cosmos is an ecosystem of interoperable and sovereign blockchains that's built on this core value of true decentralization. As you can see, that we have over 200 individual layer one blockchains, and we aim to be the internet of blockchains and to basically make it easy for anyone to build a blockchain for themselves. We do this using the Cosmos SDK kit and other tools. I believe that there are several ways you can launch a blockchain in under 7 minutes. Obviously, it'll be a very pared down, simplistic blockchain, but that alone is pretty incredible. Our ecosystem was founded by Jay Kwan and Ethan Buckman. Jay Kwan wrote the first proof of stake white paper, the same year as Vitalik did in 2015. And Cosmos was the first launched proof of stake blockchain. And we were proof of stake long before Ethereum changed in the merge not too long ago. So basically, we're Cosmos ecosystem is a decentralized and interoperable network of independent blockchains, and they're built using the Cosmos software development kit. So the Cosmos SDK is one of the core pieces of our ecosystem, and it's an entirely open source framework for building proof of stake blockchains, like the Cosmos Hub, which is our core blockchain in our ecosystem, as well as also proof of authority blockchains. And Cosmos SDK represents a platform for building multi-asset proof of stake blockchains that gives you the options of flexibility and security, and really the option of modularity. It's basically allows you to control your own chain, to have sovereignty of your security. So for for DeFi projects, security is key, and to be able to control your own validator set. Anyone can create a module for the Cosmos SDK and integrate it already built-in modules, and it's as simple as importing them into your blockchain application. The SDK has all the necessary pre-built modules to add functionality on top of the basic ABCI application that your Cosmos SDK application can communicate with the underlying Tendermint node. The key directories of the SDK are base app, client, server, examples, and store. The Cosmos SDK is written in Golang, which means that developers can only develop SDK models in Golang. However, in the future, the SDK is expected to be implemented in other programming languages as well. It's been used to build many application-specific blockchains, such as Cosmos Hub, Binance Chain, and Kava, as well as Osmosis. The Tendermint consensus algorithm is the core of the build in Cosmos. It's a Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus algorithm that provides fast and secure transactions. It is the consensus algorithm that forms the foundation of the Cosmos network. Tendermint is designed to address the limitations of existing consensus algorithms, such as proof of work and proof of stake, which are slow and inefficient. The Tendermint consensus algorithm is a communication between validators before a block is agreed upon and committed. Each round consists of 3 steps: proposal, pre-vote, and pre-commit. This consensus engine, called Tendermint Core, ensures that the same transactions are recorded on every machine in the same order. The application interface, called the application blockchain interface, enables consistent proof of stake, Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus algorithm, meaning that it can tolerate up to 1 out of 3 faulty nodes. It's a kind of blockchain stack that's modular, and the modularity is really one of the core features in Cosmos, and the application layer is divorced from the consensus and networking layers. This means that developers can plug their own application layer into the stack, so it's really customizable. In the Cosmos ecosystem, validators play a truly crucial role. They're responsible for committing new blocks. Validators participate in the consensus protocol by voting and by broadcasting votes that contain cryptographic signatures signed by each validator's private keys. They're expected to be online at all times, and the set of validators is chosen by this specific chains. So it's your security of your chain is completely controlled by you, as opposed to building on other. If you were to build on a layer 1, you don't have that control. Basically, validators are nodes that participate in the consensus process. They're selected by their network, which is determined by the amount of the network's native token they hold. They turn proposing blocks of transactions and vote on them, essentially. Overall, they're responsible for this engine that is security of your chain. No, everything's kind of connected to the Cosmos Hub. Basically, the Cosmos Hub is the flagship blockchain of our ecosystem. It's obviously a proof of stake blockchain, and the native token of the hub is Atom, and it serves as a mediator between all of the chains in the network. It's open source point of contact for the blockchain, that if you want to join Cosmos ecosystem and interact and have blockchains interact with one each other, and its ability, it facilitates transactions in the Cosmos ecosystem. One of the most revolutionary things about Cosmos is the IBC protocol, which is our answer to bridging and our answer to the problems with bridging and the problems because the IBC was built into the protocol from the beginning. It allows independent blockchains to communicate with each other in a way that's more secure than any bridges out there. It provides a common protocol for blockchains to communicate in a standardized and trustless way, and the trustless is the key part. It's composed of two layers, the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer provides the infrastructure for establishing secure connections and data packets and data packet authentication between chains. The major difference of IBC compared to existing bridge solutions is that there's no third parties to trust, no multi-sig involved for transferring value or messages between blockchains. So basically the concept of IBC is the concept of IBC native security means that if you trust chain A and chain B, then you also trust IBC token A on chain B and vice versa. As long as relayers are operated by any party and channels are open and authentication is successful between blockchains, then the messages can be passed along. IBC is a protocol. It basically, it's modeled after TCP/IP and includes a number of similar steps. Initially, it's like a handshake between two separate blockchains. And this is basically, it's what enables us to, in the Cosmos ecosystem, to really start to become the internet of blockchains. Because if you don't have this secure version of a bridge, you really are not going to be truly interoperable and decentralized and interoperable with other blockchains. We are now, initially we were connected, IBC was only connecting blockchains that were built using the Cosmos SDK, but now we have expanded past our traditional borders to enable IBC on Polygon and as well as Polkadot, and we are working on several others. I believe Near is being worked on right now, and the next, as well as one of our newest builds coming in is DYDX, which is the largest DeFi, largest decentralized exchange. Just launched their newest version in Cosmos, built with the SDK, and that was only a few days ago. We're also working on several ways to communicate with Ethereum and to be interoperable with Ethereum right now as well. So the most recent, what we most recently came out with, and this is in the last, this year, basically, we came out with interchain security, which will allow us to even expand further and to help smaller chains, basically to help smaller chains launch and become more secure. It basically enables shared security in the Cosmos Hub between chains. It allows the validators of the Cosmos Hub to use stake on that chain. So basically staked Atom to secure other chains in the ecosystem. This also will accrue value to the Atom token, to our native token, and accrue value to the Cosmos Hub, which was really one of the missing pieces we had in our ecosystem. And the interchain security also lowers the barrier for launching blockchains. So if you have a new blockchain project, it makes it much easier. You don't have to get your own validator set. And it also brings in a high security guarantee by bringing in this core group of validators to secure multiple execution environments with this one single validator set, the trusted Cosmos Hub validator set. And then, so sorry. One other thing I want to mention is the way we are revolutionizing governance. Basically, Cosmos is revolutionizing governance by providing a decentralized and democratic process for making decisions. Cosmos blockchains are prepackaged with a governance system that allows this decentralized way of decision making, and this is at the protocol level. It's a robust governance mechanism. It incorporates a robust governance mechanism that will allow token holders to participate in the decision-making process. So it truly creates this community and participation by the community on all new proposals, and it really allows the community and the token holders to participate and have a say by voting in the future of any of the networks. So it's much of the documentation of the Cosmos Hub repository was funded by the community fund itself, and governance decisions happen in a number of places, moderated by diverse community members. It is truly decentralized. There are many different forums, Discord, Twitter, Reddit, and the Cosmos community is probably the strongest blockchain community and the most engaged blockchain community. We have permissionless proposals. Anyone can create a proposal, which means that anyone has the ability to change the network. This allows for, as long as they have the votes, it allows for a truly democratic and inclusive process for making decisions. It's also interoperable. One of the things that so this is, and the governance structure of the Cosmos is also working on many things with DAOs as well, decentralized organizations and DAO governance. And we have a few projects right now, including DAO, that's building tooling for DAOs. And we are truly revolutionizing the decentralized organization space as well. And one other thing I wanted to note is, as we go to the future and continue to build this internet of blockchains, we're also working with Ethereum, and we have some recent updates connecting to the Ethereum community. Osmosis and Evmos have already successfully connected to Ethereum. And for example, Evmos is a layer 1 blockchain built on using the SDK, and it's the first IBC compatible EVM based chain. So it brings composability, interoperability, and fast finality to Ethereum. It's scalable and a high throughput proof of stake EVM blockchain. And so it provides one of the first versions of our fully compatible and interoperability with Ethereum. So this basically shows how we're connected now to the greater ecosystem of other layer 1s, with Polkadot, Polygon, Ethereum, And this is really how we're going to truly, find this vision and continue this vision of interoperable but sovereign blockchains. The one last point I'll make is we did have a major failure of one of the biggest Cosmos blockchain, which was Terra. And it was, there was some, I wouldn't say fraud, but there was some bad behavior in that blockchain, and basically the largest failure of a blockchain, I think, out there. However, through IBC and the way Cosmos is built, even though that blockchain had that, became no longer viable, all of the other blockchains in the Cosmos ecosystem are still standing. It did not affect any other. So it almost proves the sovereignty of the ecosystem and the sovereignty. IBC did continue to work, and there was no issues as far as the robustness of the ecosystem. And it as bad as it was, it proves the vision of this secure and sovereign ecosystem. And with that, that ends my time. Hopefully I didn't
No, it was interesting, and I'm super excited to learn, and I believe the audience probably also is excited to learn how many developments are happening in the Cosmos ecosystem. Because recently there was some article on CoinDesk, but it obviously proves that the information in this article, maybe people who were writing it were not fully informed.
Yes, yeah. I think, are you speaking the one that came out? There's one in August, I believe, that was. Are you talking about the one that came out in August?
Well, I don't remember the timing, but basically the idea they were pushing is there a place for Cosmos in the future?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that actually is a great, that is a great example of how our, basically that was kind of based on one conversation, one panel at Nebular Summit kind of gave them this starting off point, because we are decentralized and we have many different stakeholders, and we're truly about sharing ideas. And this is where a centralized entity would just get out there and evangelize their ecosystem, versus ours is more open to critiques. And, we don't have a PR machine that's controlling Cosmos and the narrative out there. And so this is one of the reasons that we have been slow to grow, is that we don't have this one controlled, growth, front end, PR, buying media. We're very against buying media placements and buying, these positive narratives that pretty much everyone else out there is doing. It's easy to do that. It's easy to put a lot of, to put money to buying positive stories. So, what you see from the Cosmos is authentic. And, there are some people who are going to be more critical, but that's almost the best part, is that this is authentic. This is not a paid for, like, polished version of itself. It's many different people with many different opinions, and it's truly democratic. It's a truly democratic ecosystem.
Well, thank you so much for this response. We have a question from community, but I believe this question has been, the answer to this question has been already provided. The initials of the person who asked this is K.S. So if you need further elaboration, I am happy to ask this question. While you are thinking, I will ask a couple more questions in reference to the Atom DAO. So first of all, what are the levels of participation? Are those levels, is it basically, who can participate? Is it
as far as the Atom Accelerator DAO?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we are right now we are a board of community elected individuals, and we are in the newer stages. You know, we're going into, actually we're not even a year old. I believe started in January, and the first version was simply a grant program that we're now expanding, and we're putting an on-chain proposal actually to expand on November 12th. And we are looking for input from community members, and we aim to bring community together. But while, you know, holding decentralized, we still are looking for to bring the community together and to get input, yes, for this DAO. And that's something that, you know, we're building into it as we go.
Okay, so the second question, how to apply for the grants and who can be the receivers of the grants? Are those only the projects who can, who should build something on the ecosystem, or there could be some educational grants, some community development grants? How this is?
Yes, I will drop the link. I mean, you can Google Atom Accelerator DAO, or I can drop the link right now, and you can apply through the website. We will be starting our next round. I believe the next round will start in December of grants. Yes, and we will also be doing other educational initiatives and other initiatives through the Atom Accelerator DAO.
Understood. Okay, I'm talking about basically, yeah. So we there will be a follow-up discussion after this conference on this topic. Yeah, the last question we have from community is actually, what is the difference between Polkadot and Cosmos?
Oh, we always get that. The difference is you don't have to pay to be connected to Cosmos and to build in Cosmos. Polkadot basically is, they only have a certain number of slots, and Cosmos can have infinite chains.
Okay.
And it's permissionless.
Understood. Does it answer your question?
And I just want to say, I can't connect to the chat for some reason, but if you Google Atom, ATOM, Accelerator, DAO, DAO, you'll find all of our information on there. And I'm sure Sergey can also probably share as well.
You can drop it in our private chat, and I will post it into the public.
Sure, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Okay, the next one moment. Well, okay.
I think something about use cases. Whatever you can think of can be a use case. You know, we have regenerative finance use cases dealing with carbon credits. We have DEXs, decentralized exchanges. We have smart contract, you know, simple smart contract chains. But as whatever you could consider, whatever you could think is possible.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you so much, Erin. We are a little bit limited on time. I see the follow-up question about the existence of the new blockchains, and this might be a very long discussion. Touches the point whether there are Bitcoin maximalists who says that only Bitcoin should exist. There are Ethereum maximalists.
Yeah. Well, and the one thing I would say is the real reason to run your own blockchain versus build in another layer. One is sovereignty and scalability. You're going to have, so basically, for example, DYDX, big, if you have a financial, like a decentralized exchange, that sovereignty is key. You want control over your security. And that is one of the big reasons you would want your own layer 1 blockchain.
Understood. Thank you so much, Erin. I think it provides the answer. Dear audience, please confirm that the answer is received, because we here intend to provide equal opportunity to everyone to ask all the questions you have, but we are slightly behind the schedule already.
Yeah, and I also need to run to a flight. So.
Okay, Erin, thank you so much for joining us. It was a great pleasure having you. It was a very insightful talk, and yeah, we look forward for you to join us in the following events and in the following days.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you everyone for joining.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hello, Lyman. Thank you so much for joining us. So I don't think Lyman actually needs introduction, but everyone needs to be introduced. So let me provide a short introduction of who Lyman Bird is. Dr. Lyman Bird is an inventor of a Hedera hash graph. By the way, one of my favorite consensus algorithms. I have a PhD on the, I'm like a PhD candidate on the topic of directed acyclic graphs. And I was studying quite a few of them, and Hedera was one of my favorite ones. And hash graph was one of my favorite ones. And Lyman is the co-founder of Hedera and co-founder and co-CEO of Swirls Labs, which is the owner of intellectual property of the hash graph protocol. If I'm Lyman will correct me if I'm wrong. Lyman has also a number of various different experience over the 20 years of technology and startup experience. He has a positions of a computer science at the U.S. Air Force Academy. He is also a senior scientist in several labs and many other impressive things. So Lyman, I will leave it here, and please correct me if I made a mistake introducing you, and please expand because you have so many different experiences which audience would love to know about.
Well, thank you. That was a very kind introduction. Ah, good. My slides are up. Okay. So
yeah.
Okay, good. That is great. So thank you for that kind introduction. Yes, I made the hashgraph algorithm and started Hedera, and we're developing Hedera. My talk today is actually not about Hedera or the hashgraph algorithm. It is about something that covers the entire blockchain industry and beyond the blockchain industry to basically the future of online work in general. And so I thought it would fit with the theme of the conference to talk about something more general. And so I'm not actually talking about Hedera today. I'm talking about DREC, which is a project that I would like to get everyone involved in. Every blockchain should be involved in this, and even people outside the blockchain world, like 1Password and even iOS and Android, really should get involved with this. This is something that people need, and it's really critical. It's going to be critical for blockchain or DLT to be adopted by ordinary people. So we are all about technology, and we're all enthusiasts. Maybe most of the people in this conference are very much into this field, but for the average person out there, this is all a mystery. All of this blockchain stuff is mysterious, and our tools are not easy to use. Our wallet software is not easy to use. We have lots of things we need to do to make this stuff very, very easy for ordinary people. And part of that is that it needs to be safe for them. This is the problem. Today, we aren't decentralized, we're centralized. The world is mostly centralized. Your bank account is owned by a central account. You go to a central stock market. Your house is something that you own and is bought and sold through centralized ways. This is the way it works today. And people know that they have a safety net if they lose information. If you lose the password to your bank, you know there's a way to get back into your bank account. Maybe you have to go down to the bank and show that you are you, or you show them your driver's license or your passport. Or maybe you ultimately end up going to a court and you have to get them to say, yes, you are really you, you own that bank account. But there's always some way to get back into your bank account if you lose your password. In blockchain, if you lose your keys, you lose your mnemonics for your account, for your wallet, you're out of luck. It's gone. You can't go to the court and say, could you please give me my crypto? They don't own it. They don't have any way to get it. Right now, in our world of DLT and blockchain, we're used to this idea that there's information you need to keep. And if somebody steals it, they steal your property and you can't get it back. And if you lose it, you lose your property and you can't get it back. And this is a problem for mainstream adoption. And we forget about this. We're so used to this. We forget about it. As the founder of Hashgraph, Hedera, I get emails from people that say, oh, I lost my mnemonics. Could you generate some new mnemonics so I can get it back into my account? No, I can't. The whole point of the system is that there's no way for me to get into your money and take your crypto and your tokens from you. And if you've lost it, I can't help you. And people don't even understand this. That's why they would send an email saying, well, can you just make a new one for me? Because that's exactly what you would do if you lost the password to your bank. And this is true right now in the real world. If you lose your passport, you can go back and get another one. If you lose the key to your safe, you can have someone drill out your safe. If you lose the key to your car, you can have a locksmith come get into your car for you. If you lose the keys to your house, you can put a brick through the window and get back into your house. There is always a way to recover. But right now, we have just lost this. Our community does not provide any way of doing that. And even it's outside of our community. There are websites where you have a password to get in, but if you lose the password, you really are out of luck. You've lost your account. You have to create a new account. Many people have had problems with this. So this isn't just blockchain. This is everything in the world where you have a secret. Tomorrow, we need to have all of these decentralized value things going mainstream. So I talked about cryptocurrency. If you lose your keys, you lose your mnemonics, you lose your password, you have to be able to recover it. If you tokenize physical assets, tokens, you need to be able to recover. Metaverse assets, stable coins, your voting power in a DAO. That's not an asset. That's not something of monetary value, but it is something of real value in the world. You need to be able to vote in your DAO if you have voting ability in a DAO. If we say we want to be democratic, okay, but if the voters can't vote, you're not very democratic. You really need to be able to vote, and you want to not lose your vote. And in a normal country, as a citizen, if you lose your voter registration card, there's always some mechanism to go re-register and get to vote. But for a DAO, if it's purely online, on-chain voting, you've lost it. Now, you could say, well, a lot of these things we could take care of with, we'll have, instead of passwords and keys, maybe your keys are protected by a password, maybe use passkeys. I really like that. And I've heard people say this, well, don't do all this stuff, do passkeys. Passkeys are a way to get into web accounts without having a password. Okay, I love passkeys. The world really needs to go away from passwords to passkeys. But what is a passkey? Ultimately, it's a secret on your phone, ones and zeros on your phone that make the passkey work, that prove that you are you. It has to be. There has to be some secret you have. And this is of value. What if you lose your phone? Or what if someone steals it? You could say, well, put a secure chip in the phone, but that's a problem if you lose your phone. And what if you get a new phone? How do you move it from the old phone to the new phone? So this is something we as an industry need to think about, and even the broader, just the whole future. Digital identity is the future, but it requires you to manage your secret. And in many ways, you can get down to where I only have one secret in my life I have to manage, and it manages all the other ones. But then I need to manage the one. And if I lose it, I lose everything in my life. So how can we do this? And when I say we, I mean not just Hedera, but the entire blockchain industry and these other industries. How are we able to do that? Okay, so here is what we need. If we want decentralization to go mainstream, we want decentralized blockchains and DLTs to go mainstream, we want decentralized even other things to go mainstream, DAOs and decentralized ownership of things. If we want it to go mainstream and be adopted by everyone in the world, not just us, the enthusiasts, it has to have convenience. It has to be extremely easy, basically invisible to the user. The user has to almost not even know that it's happening. This has to happen. You cannot have a complicated system and the average person will use it. It just won't work. And then they'll eventually sign up for decentralized things. And the first time they lose their key, they lose everything and they'll never go back. There have to be no intermediaries. Obviously, there's a simple solution to this. I'll have my keys to the decentralized world and I'll hand those keys over to a custodian and they'll keep it all for me. That's not decentralized. If I take everything in my life and have it controlled by keys in a decentralized world, and then I hire a custodian to hold my keys, well, then I have to trust the custodian. It's not decentralized. It's not trustless. It's not a better trust model. And you could say, well, you can trust your custodians. Sure, I can trust people like FTX to be a good custodian for me. Many people trusted them. Now, not your keys, not your crypto. The future of everything has to be decentralized ownership, decentralized identity. You need to have control of your own identity, but that involves a secret. It inevitably involves a secret. If somebody else can recover it for you, then you don't have security. I was talking to people even on other chains about this, and they were saying, well, we'll just set it up so that you have a helper and this one person is able to recover if you ever lose it. Yes, but then if they're malicious, if they're evil, they can recover it and steal from you. So it has to remain decentralized. People have said account abstraction is wonderful. Hey, I agree. That's a great thing. You can do that on Hedera. You can do that on Ethereum. You can do it on many things, but it doesn't solve the problem because it doesn't solve the whole problem. Your helpers themselves have keys they need to protect. And in addition, you need to make sure that they still have it. So we need a safety net. Okay. So that's the world that we want. We all want to go to a world that is truly decentralized. And you don't have a centralized custodian. You don't have a centralized government. You don't have a decentralized person who will help you recover. We really want to go to a decentralized world. So custody, as I said, is not good because the custodian themselves could steal everything from you. By definition, they have all the power. Or they could lose everything, which is also good. And you also have to worry about spoofing. So the whole idea of a custodian is they're going to hold all my things, but then how do I prove to them that I am me? And I've heard people say, oh, well, you just have a password. Then what if someone guesses my password? What if I lose my password? There has to be a backup. There always has to be some way that we know we're not going to be spoofed. And you don't have to fool just one custodian. All right. So what can we do then to try to be secure? I also mentioned account abstraction. So social recovery, account abstraction, have other people help you. And this is good, but this is not enough. This isn't enough. So I need to have the reliability of knowing when my helpers fail. There can be multiple helpers that are going to help me recover, but I need to know when one of them loses my information, because if they lose my information, I am in real trouble. I will not be able to, people who, if they lose it, they can't help me recover. So I might eventually lose it entirely if too many of them lose it and I don't know about it. And if they lose it in a way that an attacker gets it, then an attacker can steal. So this is a problem for us. And then there is flexibility. We can't, they've set up the slides where I can't even see there it is. Okay. So we have flexibility. We want to make sure that we automatically know if somebody fails and we remove them and just reshare among the remaining people without having to talk to anyone. We don't want it to be manual. It's got to be invisible, automatic, behind the scenes, done for me. That's very, very important. Also, I will point out that social discovery, recovery, and account abstraction are generally about keys or things in a blockchain. We want to be broader. It is also very important that we are protecting passwords to get into other Web 2 websites. And we're also protecting the combination key to your safe. And we're protecting your identity if you have keys involved in your identity. All of those things. And so this is very important. We do need to achieve all of this. So here is DREC, decentralized recovery. Just like DeFi is decentralized finance, this is DREC, decentralized recovery. The idea is that you have your secret, which could be a key, it could be a password, whatever. It could be some kind of a credential for your identity. You split it into pieces and give them to your helpers. Okay, this is a common idea. Lots of people talk about this. This is the first step. You have to have this, but you have to have more. So you use Shamir secret sharing. It's cryptographically secure. It's been around forever. You have math proofs that it's secure. Even quantum computers can't break Shamir. It's information theoretically secure, very secure. You split your secret among all your helpers, and it's done with a threshold. So maybe I give it to 10 people, but any 5 of them can get together to help me. It'd be terrible if all 10 had to help me, because if one person loses it, I'm still back in the same boat. So you split it among your helpers, and there's a threshold. Maybe 5 out of 10 can help you, or 3 out of 5 can help you, whatever. You do want privacy. This is important. You do not want to reveal to the world who your helpers are, or even how many helpers you have. Because if you do that, then an attacker knows who to go attack. And they can try to hack into their computers, or they can try to coerce them, or they can try to bribe them and get them to help them voluntarily. There's all sorts of ways the attacker can attack you if they know who your helpers are. You want to keep that secret. That should be private. That's your own private information. Nobody should know who is helping you. So this is very important. You need privacy to hide your helpers and who they are. It should even hide how many there are, because then if an attacker figures out, if they know you have 5 helpers and they figure out 5 of your helpers, they know they're done. But if they don't know how many helpers you have, they never know when they're done. The most important thing is that invisibly, behind the scenes, if your phone is doing this, your phone needs to call each of your helpers every day, not the human, but the computer behind them, and make sure they still have the share of your secret. And they have to prove it to you. This is incredibly important. This, I would say, is the key to DREC, the most important part of DREC. Maybe I have a phone and you have phones and you're my helper. Your phone is keeping some secrets for me, a share of the secret, a piece of it. But every day, my phone behind the scenes needs to send a message to your phone behind the scenes and say, hey, do you still have my secret? In fact, here's a random number. Put it with your secret and hash them and send me back the hash. Let me know for sure that you have my secret. Maybe you deleted it and you're lying about having it. Or maybe you think you have it, but cosmic rays flipped one of the bits and you don't have it anymore. Now it's been corrupted. The system that I just said will automatically tell my phone if you have lost my secret. And so you have safety of knowing that when a helper gets a new phone and forgets to transfer your secret over, or they lose their phone, or they are malicious, or for some reason they've lost your secret, you will know it. Even just, bit rot on the hard drive or cosmic rays flipping a bit in memory, you will know it. And in fact, you don't have to know it, your phone will know it. And it can automatically take appropriate actions. Maybe the appropriate action is we shrink how many helpers I have, and then half of those can help me. That would be okay. That way, if you're losing one by one, you don't get to a point where you've lost half your helpers and you're out of luck. Or maybe the solution is my phone just tells me, hey, your helper doesn't seem to be working. You need to go talk to them and get them to help you again. If not, maybe you should go find someone else to be a helper. And if not that, don't worry, I've already reshared with the others, but now you have fewer helpers. And if I get down to too few helpers, my phone should say, sorry, you're no longer being protected, and warn me in very bold letters. This is what we need. And for ordinary mainstream users, it has to be invisible and something they never have to click something. If you have to click an OK to do this, it will never happen. Ordinary people out there won't do it. We're enthusiasts. We're willing to do all that work. Ordinary people out there in the real world will never be willing to do it. It also has to be automatic. If I change my secret, the new shares have to automatically be shared with everyone, and we have to automatically be verifying that they still have them. This is very important. That has to be automatic and invisible. When I add a new helper, all my old helpers need to get a new share automatically and invisibly. I don't have to think about it. It just has to happen. And all of this is invisible. And again, the helper who gets the new share doesn't even know whether they got a new share because my secret changed, or they got a new share because I added a helper, or they got a new share because I removed a helper. Total privacy. They don't know. That's what we need. And then there even needs to be a further step beyond DREC. The phase 2 of DREC would be decentralized custody. And here is where not only do my helpers have shares of my key, I don't have my key. I give up my key. This is like cold storage, super cold storage. They're not just a backup in case I lose my phone. They're a backup, and they have to be involved every time I move a token, every time I pull some crypto out of my account. They have to sign a transaction for it. So you would use that for cold storage. Presumably you'd put a lot of valuable stuff there, and then you would only have to bother them when you want to take a little chunk of it and move it into your daily account. But for your long-term cold account, you would have that. That is a multi-party computation. That's a phase 2. It's obvious how to do it. It's equally invisible, except you might say, I want humans involved in the signing. And then maybe you have a video with them and they have to sign. So it's inconvenient. You would do it infrequently, but that's the nature of cold storage. But that's a phase 2. For the rest of this talk, let's just talk about phase 1, where we aren't even doing the decentralized custody. We're just doing decentralized recovery, because that is what this world needs. This is what the world needs if it wants to go decentralized. If we ever want to get away from centralized, we have to do that. So how does it work? You have the user. I'm saying a phone. These don't have to be phones. They can be laptops. They can be desktops. They can be big servers at a corporation. Maybe a corporation is your helper and they have a big server. All of those things they should be able to do. So you have a user, but in this case, I'm just showing as an example the user. So the user then goes to people and says, would you be my helpers? So here we have 4 helpers, and we can even talk about ways of making that easier for them. You establish a relationship with the bank and they set up your first few helpers for you, just as part of their helping you. You have to trust them at the very beginning, but then you never have to trust them again. They're just one of many helpers. You can do this sort of thing. So it's invisible. So you might even get a few helpers invisibly. And then the user at any moment can add more helpers. You can add your friends and family. You could add your banker. You could add your lawyer. You could add a company whose sole goal is to be a helper. All the custody companies should go become helper companies, because we won't need them to be custody anymore, but we need them to be helpers. They can do helper as a service. So this is how you get your helpers. This is great. Now, what if I lose my key? Here I'm envisioning that I've lost it accidentally. I've lost my passwords. I've lost my secret. What do? Well, of course, I go to my helpers and they bring it back to me. And now I have my key again. That's what the whole goal is. And I don't need all my helpers. I just need a threshold of them. I think half is a good thing. I help the ordinary people out there can understand a half. You need half your people to help you. But of course, you could do this with other fractions. But I think a half is probably the most user-friendly, easy to understand fraction that we should use. So I recommend a half. I would strongly recommend everyone do a half. So what happens? Each helper in this picture gets 1/4 of the secret, and you can't learn anything at all. It's information theoretically secure. You can't learn anything at all from that 1/4 of the secret. And then when you add or remove a helper, everybody else gets new shares. So if you really want to remove that one, you no longer trust that person with the red X, or maybe they've left and you just don't care, 3 is good enough, then automatically it gets reshared to the 3 people. And now each of them has a third rather than having a quarter. And maybe your threshold out of a quarter, it took 2 out of 4 people, and then maybe it's going to be 2 out of 3 people. Maybe that in this picture, that's what it would be. You can set the thresholds. You verify it once a day, which is the most important part of all of this. And it can recover your lost secrets when you lose your lost secrets. So this is the decentralized recovery. And then, of course, we can also add decentralized custody as the next phase of it, where they also do jointly signing transactions for you, and you don't even have your key. But let's keep talking about the decentralized main recovery, the phase 1 of it. Okay, and then I did mention there is a way to monetize this. You can be a helper as a service. You can do this for your friends and family, be their helper, but you could also do helper as a service. And you can do it symmetrically. If I become your helper, you become my helper. You can do it asymmetrically, where I just ask you to help me and you don't ask me to help you. That works too. So I do believe the whole world is going to end up going to decentralized custody. There are too many problems with custody. You can never trust someone. And there are cases where people have had problems. So you want decentralized custody. And then all those companies that are currently being custody companies become, instead of custody companies, they become helper companies. And you may not trust them to hold everything, but you trust them to be one of the 10 people holding the share. That's great. You need protocols for how you communicate over the internet. It's all about protocols. So when I add a helper, there needs to be a standard protocol for how we talk to each other. When I need to redistribute secret shares, I've updated my secrets. Maybe my secret is a list of passwords and I've added a new password to the list. So I now have a bigger secret. My secret has grown. What I need to do is redistribute all my helpers a new share. So I need a protocol for how do you do that? And how do you get a handshake from them? Okay, I now have it. I verify it for you. And then how do you go back and tell the others, okay, you can throw away the old one because they have to keep the new one until they have the old one is verified with everybody. So you have a two-phase commit kind of a thing. All of that has to be in the protocol. And so honestly, these protocols are simple, but they need to be interoperable. We all have to use the same protocol. It doesn't matter what protocol we use, but it all has to be the same protocol. And so you should join our project. Every ledger, every blockchain that is on this call should join this project. This is not a Hedera project. The DREC Alliance is just going to be for DREC. We should all join it and together make these protocols. And again, these protocols aren't hard, but it has to be interoperable. You don't want to have wallet software for one blockchain and wallet software for another blockchain, and they can't even be helpers for each other. You want everything to be interoperable. And I'd like things like 1Password to be interoperable. Eventually, I'd like this to be built into iOS and into Android. So every phone is interoperable using this protocol. You also need the protocol for the daily check. That's really important. I would say that's the single most important thing, is that invisibly behind the scenes, you're checking every day, because I guarantee you people will lose your secret. No question, it will happen. So fine. If I have a whole bunch of helpers, I don't care if one loses it. As long as I know about it, I can take steps to correct the situation. No problem. But I guarantee it will happen. And if you don't do any checking, they'll lose it one by one. And when you finally need your key, Murphy's Law says you will not be able to get it back. You will not get your secret back. You're out of luck. And then finally, the last protocol will be to jointly sign. That is not a protocol that's been written yet. But these other four, we have drafts, and we welcome you to join this alliance and help write these drafts. Help design the protocol at the beginning. We have implementations. Help us change it to be better, and we'll make new implementations. Add more implementations. This is what we need. So those are the four protocols. We actually want to submit these as an RFC to IETF, make it an actual internet protocol for these four things, because it's all about being truly interoperable, just like the web is interoperable, just like TCP/IP is interoperable. This needs to be interoperable. So everything in the world, it is interoperable, where it can have a secret and you can be the helper using different software and you can talk back and forth. All right, so we have all of that. It should work with any secret. I've said that, including passkeys, little notes you keep to yourself. Maybe you have a secret recipe. You want to keep it secret. Even that. All of this should be secret. DIDs for decentralized identity. I think that's very important, but it always involves, if it's self-sovereign, sovereign means you control it. How do you control it? Because you know a secret key that no one else knows. It's inevitable. When it needs to work with any ledger or software, it needs to be entirely open source from the beginning. We've been using Apache 2 for everything so far. I think Apache 2 is good. We'll probably stick with Apache 2. But if you join the alliance and you say, really, it needs to go to MIT or something, we can talk about that. Who cares? But it has to be open source, a very permissive license. We have a demo app. I won't show that today. I wasn't sure about technology being able to show it on this thing, but we have a demo app, and you can get that and play with it put it on some phones and have them talk, and they look at each other's barcodes and they link, and you lose it and you recover it. It's very cool. And then of course the protocol standards. This needs to be standardized. We have these draft standards. You should come help us build better draft standards and then submit them as real standards. This is the goal. Okay. So what resources do we have? So we have an API, which is just sort of Java interfaces that are between the library and the app. We want to have this API in many different languages, but all be very similar. And then for any given language, like the Java API is just some interfaces, we want to have multiple Java libraries behind it. Everybody should write their own Java library. And we think many, many different languages need to be supported. These libraries are designed to make it extremely easy for an app to add it. And this is incredibly important. I've been saying we need to make this easy for the end user. We do. And we need to make it easy for someone who wants to run a helper as a service. We need to write software for them that's open source and free, and they can run helper as a service easily. But in addition, we need to make it just incredibly easy to add this to any existing app. Do you have a wallet app for any blockchain? It should just be a few lines of code, a call out to this library, and now you are a helper and a sharer, both for DREC, and you'll interoperate with anyone else who's done it. And even if they've implemented in a different language, it'll still interoperate because we're communicating through these standard protocols. And the protocols are very, very simple. We've tried to make them just incredibly simple. So the API is critical. We have to make it easy to do this. We do want to make these RFCs so that the protocols themselves become standard. Then you don't even have to use these interfaces. You don't have to use these APIs. You can write your own, which you can do today. You just make sure you implement the standards. We need RFC standards. By the way, we're also, as a group, going to be writing software to check it. And perhaps the DeFi Alliance that DREC Alliance that all of you are maybe joining will be able to have a suite of software tools and can then put its stamp of approval on software and say, yes, you really do speak the right protocol. We approve that you speak this protocol. So we'll have a test suite. This is something that we should build. The test suite we haven't started yet, but we have done all the other parts that I've talked about. Resources. So there are lots of resources here. There's this demo app, and you can download it and play with it, and it's kind of fun. That's fun to play with. You can also look at videos where I demonstrate it on the screen. And so you can see I hold up the phone, and then I also have a way where you had some web browsers. So it was something living in a web browser on a computer and a phone talking to each other over the internet. And the system allowed the web browser windows to appear on the screen very nicely. And then I had a camera just showing you the phone, all of that. You can play with that. These are resources that you can play with. So you can play with the demo app, and that's a good resource. There are other resources the Alliance really should have. Like we were talking about this. If you're going to have a helper as a service, the helper might want to know under what circumstances am I allowed to give you back your share? Is it enough that you just come in and talk to me? Or do I need you to do certain things to prove that you are you? Or what if you are incapacitated? How much of evidence do I need from a court that you are incapacitated before I give it to the people helping you or your heirs or whoever? All of those legal questions. So probably people will want to have some kind of a legal document saying what the rules are. And each helper will have this document. They get it from the sharer and the two agree on it. What would be helpful? And it's already in the protocol. You can send a PDF file that is the legal document you're agreeing to and the two of you agreed to it. But what would be helpful maybe is if the Alliance had a bunch of these. And so maybe we can create these as a group and have resources for the world of just some pre-built legal contracts that maybe people can choose one of them and use it if they want, or they write their own. But just to make it easy. It's all about making it easy. And so, you can contribute that to the Alliance too if you want. Come help us write the legal documents. All of these different things. So there are videos that have been made. Here's a couple of videos. New videos are coming out. This video right now is going to be added to the list. If you go to the Hedera side channel on what is it? YouTube has a Hedera channel. You can go to the YouTube Hedera channel and see a bunch of these videos. But also the DREC Alliance will be rolling out a website at some point. You'll be able to easily do that. Those are all the resources. And I would just encourage everyone to come and help us build these resources and help us because we need this. Let's be honest. We need this in the blockchain industry. We need this in the decentralized industry, which maybe is slightly bigger. We need this in the Web 2 industry if we want to ever make these things be decentralized and you don't lose your keys and your life isn't disrupted. And so I would invite you to get in contact with me and let's make this happen. Okay. Well, I think that was my time. Are there questions?
Yeah, there are definitely questions. There will be some questions. Thank you so much for this presentation. This is, by the way, a very good solution to the problem, which was I remember I first read about this problem in the major media where they say, okay, one of the biggest problem of mass adoption of blockchain is actually like people are going to the conference and describe the differences between encryption algorithms, right? And but it doesn't solve the problem. Okay, if I lost my keys and I lost all my life savings and I'm not able to retrieve it, how does it help me? And this is exactly the solution. And I actually, I wrote the question was, does it only support Hedera? And if not, which protocol it supports, which protocols it supports? But you answered that probably you are not limited to Hedera, and you can support pretty much. How you are limited with protocols, by the way? Are there protocols you don't support?
No, it would support any protocol. It supports keeping any secret. So if any protocol has a secret key involved in accounts or whatever, it supports that. Even if you're doing things that are not technically keys, but they are secrets that you need in order to do zero knowledge proofs, it supports that. Even if you're just using passwords, just a website you log into and you have to type a password, it supports that. What we want to do is make it super easy for any software that users use. I talked about wallets. Any blockchain's wallet software should just, with a few lines of code, whoever built this wallet software should be able to use this library to become a helper or a sharer. It should be able to support absolutely every blockchain in the world, but go far beyond blockchains, far beyond blockchains to everything. And my vision is that eventually it will be built into iOS and Android. And all of the secrets that iOS and Android, right now they'll store your passwords for you. And they'll store some keys for you, and an app can store secrets. It should protect all of those. I think I trust Apple Corporation. I think I have secrets being sent off to Apple Corporation, but I'd much rather not have to trust Apple Corporation. And actually, that brings us to the first question I see. How to ensure helpers do not cooperate? What a great question. So, we confuse ourselves, I think, with our terminology. We talk about trustless. What you always have to trust is that not everyone's going to gang up on you. Okay? For every blockchain, we say it's trustless. Well, I'm trusting that not all of the validators are evil. If they're all evil and collaborating, then of course I can't trust it. So it's not that it's trustless, it's that I'm taking this very low bar, very easy form of trust, of that I don't trust any one person, but I trust out of this whole group, they're mostly honest. And then I'm turning that into I 100% can believe everything in my life is secure. Same thing here. Maybe you don't trust any one particular one of your helpers, but you trust they're mostly a good group, and maybe there's one bad apple in the barrel, but they're mostly going to be good. And so you're trusting that you're not going to have the majority of them suddenly delete your backup when you need it, or suddenly start to try to collaborate to steal from you. But in addition to that, I want to trust as little as possible, which is why I think it is so important that your helpers don't know who each other are. Even during recovery, the protocol never has the helpers talking to each other. They only talk to you. They never know each other exist. They never know who each other are. They never know how many helpers there are. That makes it harder for them to cooperate with each other, to collude and steal everything from you, because they don't even know who each other are. And if you're doing something like you hire a helper as a service company, yes, they could be evil. That's why I don't trust them to be my custodian. But it's going to be a higher bar for them to be evil, because that's the whole purpose of their company. It would put them out of business if they got caught colluding. And if I have multiple different helper as a service companies, well, then I have an even better trust, because they would all have to collude, or half of them would have to collude. And I'm also going to get my mother to be a helper. I really trust my mother. You go out and you get your family and friends, you get your lawyer and your banker and your stockbroker, or whoever professional helpers you have in your life. You already are trusting them. Now you don't have to trust them nearly as much. And you're not telling them who each other are. So it's already very hard for them to figure out who to go collude with, even if they were evil. This is so important. The privacy part of this is so important. And so that's it then. You just need to pick 10 people where you don't trust any one of them, but you trust you aren't going to have 5 of them be evil. Mm-hmm. That's what you do.
Yeah, well, this is, thank you so much for this response. It actually partially addresses the question which was asked by by the community of visitors of this conference, how to ensure helpers do not cooperate.
Yes. How do you make sure they don't cooperate? That is so important. And a new question came in. Should offline ownership be distributed to, and how? I really like this. So here is my vision of the future is basically everything will be tokenized. The world will be tokenized. I think everything of value in this world will ultimately be tokenized. So let's talk about offline ownership. I own a house. Okay, I don't own a house. I live in an apartment. But if you own a house, you can say, I own this house. This is offline ownership. And I have a deed. And when I bought the house, I spent weeks doing a title search because it's a nightmare to try to figure out whether someone else owned that house. But I own this house. I would say such a person should tokenize their house. In fact, I talked with a woman who had tokenized her house on Hedera. She had used Toko, and she had used a system where she had tokenized her house. And why would she want to do that? Because of all the benefits you get from it. She was actually part of a whole new way of having a house. Today, what do? Either you buy a house with money, or you go get a mortgage, a loan, and there's one bank giving you the loan, and you get the house that way. Or you go find someone who owns a house and you rent it from them, and you have one owner and they're renting it to you. Or perhaps there is an REIT, real estate investment trust, that has a number of these owners in it. These are the ways today you can go live in a house. What other way is there? Well, if it's tokenized, she set it up where she pays rent that automatically splits to whoever is holding the tokens. And the tokens can be sold to other people, and they now get the rent. And they could even be anonymous people holding a token, and they get the rent from the house. And it enables a whole new way to be able to get a house. Maybe I don't have a good enough credit rating to get a loan, and I don't want to rent. I want better things than renting from a single owner. And I could set this up, and I could raise the money for my house and easily be able to get a house. So I think offline ownership of things like houses is going to be tokenized. And then also, when I want to sell my house, if I own the whole house as a token, if I want to sell it, I sell it very, very easily. On a Hedera, it'd be 1/10 of a cent. So it's 1,000th of a US dollar to sell somebody my house. That would be the price to sell somebody my house. And if you want to do a title search, you just look on the ledger and you see who owns the house. I think that the blockchain world is so tiny right now compared to what it's going to be in the very, very near future. Everything in the world of value is going to be tokenized. But there is one big problem with taking offline ownership and turning it into online ownership, and that is that token is held by an account that is protected by a private key. And if anyone knows my private key, they steal my house and I can't get it back. And if I lose my private key, I lose my house and I can't get it back. Well, I could never sell it again. You've got to protect that private key. And so DREC is the key to getting the world to be able to protect their keys and then to tokenizing everything. And someday there almost won't be offline ownership. Anything of value, even abstract things, the right to have lunch with a celebrity will be tokenized. Already Galaxy on Hedera is tokenizing voting Spencer Dinwiddie what shoes he will wear at the next basketball game. It's just crazy. All sorts of new things get enabled by this. I believe the world will be tokenized, and DREC will make it safe enough for ordinary people to let that happen.
Well, thank you for this answer. I think it addresses the next question would be should offline ownership be distributed to and how? And I think you just responded to it.
Yes.
So the last question, I think basically you said many protocols and many users can be joining. Basically, protocols and not only protocols can be joining the system. Can you please provide the way? Where should they go? Is there a website? There is a forum there, or they should just email you?
Yes. So I don't want this to be a Hedera thing. We want the DREC Alliance to be its own thing. And we're in the process of creating a DREC Alliance that will be run by itself, by its own members. What I would suggest is send me an email, and I will get you plugged into this, and you can help us form it. You can be one of the forming members of it. Right now, we have banks and credit unions and wallets, and I think some other people also involved right now. Blockchains. Right now, we have a number of different people involved. I would like to get more. And then there will be a website, drekalliance.org, but it doesn't exist yet. We want to do it right. Everything we do at Hedera, we try to do right. But this is just my personal bias. I want to do things right. So come and help us design what it will be. And then it will have these libraries. Come help write the libraries that follow these APIs. Hey, come help write the APIs that are then implementing this protocol. Hey, come help write the protocol. Help us submit it to standards bodies to become a protocol. Help us write the legal documents. Help us write the advertising, all this stuff. And when I say us, I don't mean Hedera. I mean our whole blockchain industry and the wider industry. And that is it. And not just that, that's how you get involved. Send me an email. And I see the other question, does it mean that this can be covered just by distributed currency? Well, crypto is a distributed currency, but it's protected by a key, and the key will be protected by DREC. We need this for crypto to go mainstream. Stable coins are distributed currency. Same thing, you're protected by a key. We need this to go mainstream. CBDCs are a digital currency if they end up happening, and maybe they will. But ultimately, in a CBDC, your assets are protected by a key, and DREC is the key to making this go mainstream. DREC is what we need for even currency to become distributed and decentralized, and this is what the world needs. We've got to get away from being centralized. This is what we need. Everything decentralized, everything open source, everything, I never have to trust one person, I just trust a group not to be too evil. Everything needs to go that way.
Well, Lehman, thank you so much for addressing all the questions, and you just addressed the last question from the community. So yeah, I expect you will be receiving at least a few emails from our audience. This is the great product. Thank you so much for presenting it, and thank you so much for joining our conference. It's always a pleasure to hear your presentation.
Thank you. It was great being here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You
Bye
too.
bye. Thanks. Hello, Glenn.
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Yeah, apologies for the delays. You know, every day we're having some delays on schedule. You know, people are asking questions, and we are doing
Because
our
it's
best.
such a great conference, so don't apologize.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for joining us.
It's an honor to be with you.
Yeah, so a little introduction. Eric Green-Whale is a founder and research lead of Microsoft Research Special Projects of Plural Technology Collaboratory, which is a founder of Radical Exchange Foundation, and the leading think tank in the Web3 space, and the founder and chair of Plurality Institute, which coordinates an academic research network developing technology for cooperation and across different industries. He also is a senior advisor to Getting Plurality Research Network and at Harvard University, and he previously led Web3 technical strategy at Microsoft Office and chief technology of the chief technology officer, and was a co-chair of technical lead at Harvard Armand Sarfa Center at Ethics Rapid Response Task Force on COVID-19. Glenn, you have such a long list of such an amazing experiences you had over your life. Please correct me if I presented something wrong. Otherwise, I will leave the stage to you for you to start your presentation.
Thanks so much, Sergey. It's an honor to be here with all of you. Thanks for the kind introduction. I, unfortunately, given the timing, am going to have to leave in about 20 minutes. I'm going to get in the presentation I gave. We're still waiting on our friend Valeria to come in, who will do hopefully the second half. So, and I'll try to fill in a little bit if that doesn't work out, and maybe get you back on schedule in the worst case. So, so what I want to tell you about is a project that, oh gosh, these slides got kind of compressed. I'm sorry about that. The title's covered up by some of the faces, but this is about the Plural Management Protocol in Gov4Git. and as well as the plurality book, which is what Valeria is going to talk about. A bunch of people are involved at this at Microsoft, Protocol Labs, GitHub, and other institutions. I can't show all of them, but a few of them are myself, Petar Maimunkov of Protocol Labs, now of the Gov4Git Foundation, Tobin South from MIT, and Kazia Sitskevitz from GitHub. And the basic motivation for this project is a wonderful book by Nadia Asparova, formerly Egbal, called Working in Public. This is where she points out that the open source software space is an incredibly vital and exciting space, but it has some kind of structural challenges. In particular, as open source projects scale, they run into the problem that sort of has two sides to it. On the one hand, this is supposed to be this open, participatory, democratic thing, and yet in practice, the maintainers of the project who make the final decisions end up being benevolent dictators for life. And that sounds like a great deal for them, like, oh my gosh, they're in charge, everybody else should be upset. But actually, it's just as much of a problem for them as it is for the rest of the community, because what they took on as free software in the sense of free speech becomes free as in a puppy. So you take the puppy for free, but you end up cleaning up its poop and feeding it for years. And that's what ends up happening to the maintainers of open source software projects. They have no way to financially sustain themselves, and they end up with all this responsibility to maintain the project. This also comes together with the problem that if a project is successful, many people contribute. Keeping track of who's contributing, what they're doing, what the benefit of that is very challenging. And this is in a space where there's a very strong dedication to the notion of not using traditional hierarchical management, not organizing things in like a closed corporate form. In fact, GitHub itself, which is like now a traditional corporation, was formed originally as what they called a holacracy, where there was kind of flat control, everyone was a teammate, no hierarchical management, etc. So there are these ideals of this sort of dispersed democratic control, but they run into the problem of there's not actually tooling that directly supports this. Now, of course, this has been a lot of the idea behind many Web3 structures. So the idea of a lot of Web3 was to solve these problems of distributed control, but by basically financializing everything, by tokenizing things, turning things into tradable assets, and using money-based corporate governance techniques to make decisions collectively, attributing money to input code from output code in hierarchies of open source projects, using protocols like SourceCred. And some of these things are great. There's been really cool things with GitHub sponsors, etc., that try to use money and payments as one way to address this problem. The difficulty, however, is that to a large extent, people got into open source in the first place because they didn't want to just have a simple financial structure. They believed in some more commons-based collective control. And open source, might not have delivered that fully for them, but it at least offered them a path to try to experiment with something different. And in fact, many of them were inspired by thinking by people like Elinor Ostrom, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics, for the notion that outside of the market, outside of centralized government control, there is a third path, a path of commons-based government, where there are formal rules, but they are not reducible to simple market control. And this has become the attempt to formalize this more, to build software around this, has become the basis of this movement that's sometimes called funding the commons, is what Protocol Labs calls it, radical exchange, many other things that attempt to build systems of formalized collective control that formally recognize contributions and allow collective determination, but without turning everything into a simple, like a financial market transaction. There's a lot of ideas in that space. I can't go through all of them. One important one, however, is the notion of a community currency, where there's some kind of currency given out to the community, but it can't just be traded for other things. It can't be freely transferred. It's used in specified community ways to say make collective decisions, prioritize things, award credit to people for tasks, rather than to just trade and sell. And that this could be used to allocate tasks among people to give credit, to manage the process, but not in a hierarchical way, in a way that uses mechanisms, but not just market mechanisms, richer, more sophisticated cooperative mechanisms. This is very related to the platform cooperativism movement. And the structure that we've been building around this, which is called Gov4Git, tries to build into a shared database in the spirit of a blockchain this general community commons-based approach rather than a fully financialized approach. And in particular, the way that it does that, and again, I can't go into the technical details here, but basically, in a standard blockchain, the incentive for mirroring the shared set of information is some financial reward. In Gov4Git, instead, the incentive for mirroring the database is the same incentive for mirroring an open source repository, which is your desire to participate in the project. And the thing that ensures that it can't be attacked, rather than access to financial resources, is some compliance protocol where there is a process that's socially determined for permissioning new members, and then for those new members have some kind of social capital, kind of like proof of stake, but with these more sophisticated governance mechanisms that allows them to approve changes to the database. Okay, so on top of this underlying database, how are we going to manage an open source project? Well, there's this thing called the Plural Management Protocol, which is sort of a full lifetime circular pathway for these internal tokens that represents basically a non-hierarchical, or you could call it decentralized if you want, way of managing a team, but that has a lot of features of normal management practices. So like the two most fundamental operations in an open source project are issues and their prioritization, and then pull requests where people make contributions and the decision of whether to approve them. And what we use is a bunch of different mechanisms that have come out of this literature, this radical exchange and plurality literature, to do that management. So we prioritize issues using something called quadratic funding, which allows people to sort of say that they think an issue is important, contribute their resources towards it, and then there's some matching funds that take into account the breadth of support and not just how much support it got. And then the priority that gets put on issues is the bounty.
Marketing officer of Dakoko.
Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm back.
Apologies for technical difficulties.
No worries, no worries. So, and that priority that's put on the issue basically becomes a bounty for someone who resolves it. And those bounties will typically rise over time if the issue doesn't get resolved. So it kind of has a bit of a Dutch auction structure. Someone can then submit something that addresses that issue. That thing that addresses the issue needs to be approved. And for its approval, we have a mechanism that combines quadratic voting, which is another voting mechanism that's come out of this world, with prediction markets. so that people who are new to the community, who are just learning, can gain credits by correctly predicting what decision is going to be made, and therefore making it easier for the maintainers, so they don't need to look in as much detail. And then other people who have a lot of credits already, who are already big contributors to the community, can effectively vote and choose the direction that the community goes. So this gives sort of a full life cycle for management, where authority gradually flows from those who currently hold that authority to the people who are younger, who are contributing, who are younger to the project, who are contributing and who are building up within the project. So our plan is to deploy Gov4Gid and the Plural Management Protocol on this book called the Plurality Book, which is being built as an open source collaboration. We actually just went to private preview yesterday. It will be at public preview December 1st. The substance of this book, which is what Ria was going to cover, if she's here, I don't know if she is. I'll let her talk about that unless I get an indication that here she is. Wonderful, perfect timing. She will talk about the book, but if you're interested in being involved in the book is a collaboration with Audrey Tong, the digital minister of Taiwan, as well as dozens of people, including Ria, in the plurality community. You can find us on Twitter at Plurality Book. You can email me at glenn@plurality.net. You can read the contents of the book at plurality.net. You can look up the repo, Plurality Book, etc. I hope many of you will be inspired to participate by the wonderful presentation that Ria is going to give in a second. And thank you so much for your time. I won't be around to take questions, but please feel free to email me with questions. Delighted to engage with you all. And Slava Ukraina.
Glenn, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for everything you are doing for Ukraine and for the global good of the society. We really appreciate you joining us today, and yeah, thanks for finding the time.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah. From here, Valeria Panina, whom you already have seen presenting yesterday. Just a reminder that Valeria is a blockchain education manager at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine and a fellow researcher at Ethereum Foundation Next Billion Fellowship Project. Yeah, Valeria, the stage is yours.
Yes. Hi, Glenn. Hi, all. Yes, let me share my presentation.
My most sincere apologies. We actually have one question from the community, and while Glenn is still here, and I remember he has 4 more minutes, how trusted validators perform in this protocol? That's a question.
So the concept of a validator is a little bit different in this world. A validator is not somebody who gets paid to maintain the database. It's someone who's a volunteer to the project, like any volunteer to a open source project who volunteers to maintain the database. And the way that you enter into that role initially is basically that you get nominated by existing members of the community in a collective web of trust type framework to become part of the community, or you make a contribution to the code that gets accepted that earns you the credits, which gives you effectively the stake to begin participating in the community.
Thank you so much for the response. I hope it addresses. If there will be follow-up questions, we still have 3 minutes of Glenn's time. Now, Valeria can start uploading her presentation, and yeah, we will start very soon with her part. Yeah, no more question, and yeah, thank you for addressing this one.
Okay, it won't give me.
Yeah, you click present button and then you go.
Yeah, and I can see it when I connect my Google Drive.
Still 2 minutes of Glenn's time. So what are the results?
What are the results of what?
Well, this is the question from the chat. What are the results? Yeah, please provide more details. What results are you asking about? Applying the protocol to the project.
Well, it's launching on December 1st. So as public preview, it's private preview right now. There's a lot of elements that have gone into it that have been tested elsewhere, but the overall protocol, we're going to see. It's going to be a really fun experiment over the next month. So, and Ria and among others will be participating. So.
Well, can you maybe drop the links to the relevant information so I can post them in the comments so people can join and participate?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this. Okay, Valeria, you are ready, and thank you so much again. Thanks for the great presentation and for being with us. Valeria, over to you. Thank you.
That's great. Yes, you can see my screen. Everything is successful. Yes. Hey, my name is Valeria. I manage blockchain education at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, and also I'm a fellow researcher within Ethereum Foundation's Next Billion initiative. Together with my colleague Yulia Sukhaya, we have been working on the Ukrainian translation of the Plurality project, and I'm excited to talk about it today. While Glenn's presentation was primarily of technical and academic nature, mine will take on a more popular and humanitarian perspective. It will revolve around the essential content of the book, its concept and values, and in part the relevance to those of a Ukrainian spirit, challenges posed by the work being translated, and by the work being translated specifically into Ukrainian, and an open call for future collaborators. The name of the presentation, Manifesting Plurality Ukrainian, reflects these statements, and let's delve deeper into them. Plurality is an open, Git-based collaborative book project that aims to offer a vision for the future of technology focused around empowering and bridging social difference. The vision is to populate the book's content around the world, and on a higher note, the book normalizes the plurality of opinions and approaches, questions the usual instances of technologies, and puts nuance on the agenda. And it is important to highlight that the semantics of the notions plural, pluralism, and plurality operated in this project has shifted from the common philosophical understanding of the namesake concepts. That's why the term plurality should be treated rather as a homonym to them. Here, plurality represents a comprehensive approach to digital technology going beyond merely just a political or social philosophy, and hence I will be referring to such a notion. To find common grounds, it's necessary to get familiar with the overall outline of the book, since I will build my further statements in part about the Ukrainian translation of it on such premises. So the book explores the concept of plurality and its implication in our technological future. It uncovers the conflict between democratic concepts and how technology is being unfolded, highlights the anti-democratic ideologies within certain instances of current traditions. Plurality is examined, emphasizing its role in promoting diversity and cooperation. Digital human rights, decentralized identity, and the potential of certain digital currencies and open data standards come into focus here too. The book underlines the need for universal access and digital competence to the space. It further discusses the application of democracy in a very digital context, focusing on deliberation, compromise, consensus, and pluralism, essentially, and explores that transformative potential of democratic institutions in public and private sectors. And it also goes includes real-world successes in countries as Taiwan and Estonia. In the first chapters, the book calls for comprehensive investment of our resources and international cooperation to realize the vision of the plurality, and emphasizes that every citizen can contribute to this movement, aligning technologies with human values. The book is being created and distributed in a manner embodying the ideas of it. The work is licensed under the most permissive category of Creative Commons license, Creative Commons Zero, that is public domain, meaning that all the materials will be a free cultural work open to any kind of free distribution and modification. It's being written now in here, with everyone being a potential co-author in a Git environment with a Discord channel for communication, all that implying open collaboration and transparency, and has the intention to eventually transform into a decentralized autonomous organization and to use a variety of Web3 technologies to facilitate cooperation, such as moving to decentralized storage system, using NFTs, and to document and realize contribution in a transparent manner, and to use the plural quadratic funding. All these and much more surrounding the Plurality project is aimed to co-invent a new publishing model for the Web3 era. Technology is beautiful. Progress is inevitable. All that dangerous if let be running wild. One of the central statements is that technology in its current way of unfolding and democracy are in conflict. Even though plurality as a wider concept claims to be inherent to the digital space, in order to implement its values in full realization, proactive contribution and smart shaping direction of how modern technologies are unfolding and developing is necessary. Otherwise, we are doomed to keep diverging from realization in keeping democratic values in this space. Some of emerging innovations like speculative cryptocurrencies lacking intrinsic value, social media with addictive algorithms, immersive metaverses, risk undermining democracy, deepening divides, and excluding participants. Addressing these challenges demands a focus on digital accessibility and people's user empowerment. They must control their identities and be able to protect their rights and privacy. This involves decentralized identity system and open data sharing standards, for example, to come into full force. Balanced digital currencies also are essential here, and an education plays a huge role in spreading awareness and engaging collaborators for a harmonious future of technology and democracy. Speaking about the relevance for Ukrainians, actually the fact that I specifically highlight the relevance to Ukraine, or basically any space, might at first glance seem controversial and counterintuitive, because global perspective is one of the values of the project, as you saw on the previous slides. Though, in order to allow seamless realization of the project values everywhere, we shall allow for contextual differences of different spaces and locations where we unfold the plurality to create premises for further decisions. In the following minutes, I'd like to highlight some parallels of the concepts presented in the book to those of Ukrainian spirit. As you remember from the contents, and there are next chapters, democracy, freedom, and impact, and also there is an underlying inevitable digitalization notion here. So democracy is in Ukraine's DNA. Ukraine's deep-rooted democratic history traces back to Kazakh Republic and Hetman Philip Orlik revolutionary constitution, representing the early stage of Ukrainian constitutionalism back in 1710. The Orange Revolution in 2004, marked by over 100,000 protesters that sparked a wave of alike revolutions in the world after, brought significant political changes, basically transforming Ukraine to a parliamentary presidential republic. 10 years after, in 2014, Ukraine underwent another transformative event, the Revolution of Dignity, which began as a mass protest against a lack of governmental transparency, led to the removal of then president, and marked a significant shift towards stronger towards more Western course of development and democratic reforms in the country. During the Revolution of Dignity and its aftermath, the Ukrainian volunteering movement emerged as a powerful force. This movement showcased a profound ability of our people to self-coordinate, fostered by shared commitment to social and political change. As of this year, 61% of Ukrainian volunteers, 61% of Ukrainians are engaged in some sort of volunteering for the defense forces or fellow citizens, and that's a real phenomenon, how we do that. Also, Ukrainians consistently impact the nation through civil society tools like electronic petition or mere social media publicity, which leads to substantial changes in social organization, from cultural life to political life, from preventing public figures with undesirable image to represent Ukraine in international song contests, to causing cancellation or amendments to legislation, as with recent dubbing law, to name just a few instances. Ukraine's rapid digitalization has a remarkable pace. Ukraine has a vision of a state in the smartphone. With the substantial internet penetration, it has leveraged its digital capabilities through innovations like the applications, where with 19 million users as of this summer. The application basically is a platform that opens a variety of digital state services and documents that are identical to the hard copies. We have our international passports, their COVID certificates. You can pay taxes literally in one click using Apple or Google Pay, and many different other examples of basically manifestation the state in smartphone resolution. And at large, and also, of course, it proved to be enormously efficient in wartime when physical copies or some people were just essentially destroyed of their documents. And at large, the digital economy stands as Ukraine's top priority, especially considering the consequences of the full-scale invasion, which has significantly disrupted other industries. In Ukraine, like elsewhere else, technology is an unstoppable a force with great, beautiful potential. But we also recognize the risks, especially in our situation. That's why it's crucial to use technology in a way that aligns with our values, with our democratic values, and ensures a safe and promising future for our country. And that's why it's great to learn such examples and find practical application for them. Speaking about the challenges of the further challenges of the project, about accessibility. So the varying frequency of terms in English compared to their counterpart, compared to their Ukrainian counterparts, especially if a term entered the space through the English language, posing a significant challenge. Let's look at an example. So one of the concepts presented in the book that we've discussed just now is quadratic or plural phoneme. When being searched in English, we have 96 results on the primary Google index, and we have dedicated web pages for explaining that notion. However, its Ukrainian equivalent, квадратичне фінансування, has only 15 results, плюральне фінансування even less, and you won't find more than one passage of information in Ukrainian. This discrepancy highlights the need to ensure that Ukrainian readers have access to the same wealth of information and ideas as their English-speaking counterparts to live up to the accessibility resolution, and not to be focused on, quote, Web3 natives or tech bubble. The statistics further emphasize this challenge. Only 7.5% of Ukrainians are fluent English speakers, which poses a significant language barrier for accessing content originally written in English and limits the project's ability to reach a wider audience. Actually, not staying limited to Web3 natives or tech workers that generally have a higher level of English mastery. And our goal is to ensure that the values and knowledge within plurality are accessible to everyone who seeks them, regardless of their linguistic or technical background. So probably the work on the Ukrainian version would go beyond mere translation and publication of the text and might require creating and distribution of additional materials in the internet at large. A decision to be made by the contributors of the project. Also, another one challenge is about semantics. When translated work enters a new discourse, it inevitably interacts with the pre-existing concepts and notions within that discourse. Sometimes these pre-existing concepts align with the translated work, sharing a similar semantic field and don't impact that much it, or even enrich the original concept in a positive way. However, it can also lead to unintended contextual implications. For example, when we use the term plurality in countries over which, quote, Soviet Union exercised colonial control, end of quote, it often conjures associations with pluralism мнений, a concept central to the era of perestroika, when it opposed corporativism, and thus naturally triggers associations with a central semantic field, even though it was like an antonym to then existing and prevailing ideology. In the context of scientific works, basically on any works, it's equally vital to consider not only what a notion means, but also what it doesn't entail or what it is opposed to, because it's essentially comprised a semantic field of that notion. Therefore, even though we aim to avoid drawing connotations and associations beyond the scope of our concept of plurality, it remains important to recognize the outer linguistic nuances and maybe make certain decisions how to approach it. Currently we propose transcribing the word plurality as plurality in Ukrainian to distance from potentially undesirable already existing meanings. However, from another perspective, transcribing or transliteration of foreign word forms has risks, since excessive use of such word forms instead of already present assimilated equivalents in the language or in the target language are essentially filling the language with the barbarisms, harming its purity. All this poses a challenge of balancing the essence of the concept with its linguistic form and is open to debate. This example highlights one of the many challenges we face, and it's the reason we extend an open call for potential collaborators to join the project. About collaborators and community. As of today, we have a small team of enthusiasts working on the Ukrainian track of the project. The introduction is already published on the website. Important to note, it's like it's stated in the original introduction, is the first draft and should be viewed as the first iteration of the work and basis for further improvement. And we are looking for tech enthusiasts, translators, copy editors, philosophers, and other activists to continue manifesting plurality in a collaborative manner. Proposed next steps are to basically copy-edit the existing translation, to refine terminology, in part to make a final decision on the very central term used in the book, to translate new chapters, and to propose and implement further improvements to the project at large. On a broader scale, we invite you all to share the word, try to implement the proposed concepts in the book, and discuss their insights. On a separate note, I myself am already using tools and methods that I learned from V-Taiwan case in my research under the umbrella of Ethereum Foundation about adoption of crypto and DLT technologies in Ukraine. I delivered the speech on it yesterday and invite you to get familiar with it too, especially if you are an educator, a builder, or impact maker in the Web3 space. That said, we invite anyone interested to contact anyone from the team, and I will be happy to address some of your questions now or later through my social media. Just showing the list of sources, and I guess presentation will be available later. And that's it.
Valeria, thank you so much for another great presentation you made on this forum. Could you please maybe return to the previous slide with your contact?
Yeah, of course.
I wanted to ask how collaborators can be joining. Who should be those people, and what is the process for them? What is the onboarding process? How it will look for them, so they know what to expect and.
Yeah, of course. So right now, as I said, we are mostly looking to refine the first draft of the Ukrainian translation and keep on working on it, because the next chapter are already published, and if I'm not mistaken, they are translated only like in the 2 languages as of today. And the process is very open. So basically, we'll be happy to connect on the social media. And generally, after people got into Discord, and yes, there are like guides. Actually, we refined the guides how to start working on the Discord, how to start working, for example, if it's like Ukrainian translation, and we can totally, with my colleague who is not working with more like tech environment, like we've been translating using just general collaborative docs. So if the person is a copy editor, it doesn't mean that we require other skills. I mean, using GitHub and stuff. So we'll be happy to collaborate in a way that is good for both parties. But everything starts with communication.
Understood. Thank you so much. There is a question from the audience. Could you please summarize what were the 3 top particular goals of the book?
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, why? So the let's summarize it to one goal. The main goal is that so the premises is that technological advancement is inevitable. It's disruptive. I mean, it has already transformed the way we live and the space at large. But it's important to shape and take proactive action and impact on how the technological progress unfolds, because otherwise there are risks that basic human values like democracy, democratic values, those that we discussed when we were looking at the contents and values of the book, might be undermined, and we need to be in charge here and proactively contribute to them unfolding in order to have the space beautiful, accessible, inclusive, and conducive, I would say.
Understood. Dear audience, does it answer your question, or there would be some other follow-up questions? Also, Glenn just wrote, to describe the vision underlying Taiwan's best in the world performance of a digital democracy. Can you please repeat, what does plurality mean here? That's a question.
Let's even go to the definition. So basically, pluralism is a social philosophy outlook that recognizes and fosters the flourishing of and cooperation between diversity of socio-cultural group systems, basically an inclusive space where every participant can conducively realize themselves. And plurality is a movement with the core principle of such cooperation between diverse groups that harmoniously coexist and co-create in the space.
Understood. Please, does anyone have any other questions? Okay, so if there are no other questions, basically I will invite the following speaker, Valeria. Thank you so much for joining us for the second day. It is always great to have you on our virtual stage, and yeah, two great presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Yeah, have a good one. Have a good day. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Gora. Thank you so much for joining us today. So let me introduce Gora Data, who is holding and held countless positions in International Organization for Standardization and at IEEE. So for you to have an understanding, Gora spent 15 years in IEEE International Organization, more than 15 years in International Organization for Standardization, most commonly known as ISO, and more than 28 years at IEEE. Among other positions, Gora is the vice chair of a IEEE blockchain technical community, which is one of the co-organizer of this forum, and Gora is one of the people to whom we should be grateful for making it happen. Thank you so much, Gora.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to speak to everybody and be part of this fantastic forum. And I must congratulate the organization committee chaired by Sergey Kripniak and the large team, which has organized the very first Ukraine Digital Ledger Forum, blockchain forum. And it is really a phenomenal job you all have done for 3 days. And today we are now at the end of the second day, almost. So I must really congratulate the team. So thank you very much. Well done, Sergey.
Thank you.
So what I'll do today is how much time do I have? First of all, I just want to make sure.
You'll have 30 minutes. You can upload the presentation by pressing the present button on the bottom of the screen, and you can upload it directly from the Google Slides or from your computer.
Okay, I can go ahead and share my screen then, right? Are you seeing my screen?
No, we don't yet.
Okay, let me see. What am I missing? Okay, yeah, okay, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, now?
Yeah, now it is on the screen.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
I will leave the stage to you. Thank you.
Sure. All right, folks, it is definitely indeed my honor to be part of this phenomenal event. And today I will give you a little bit of a journey about the emerging and the evolving world of the IEEE blockchain technical community, which we all are part of and is the host of this particular conference, along with the IEEE Ukraine blockchain community. My name is Gora Data. I wear many hats. In fact, I've just listed a few of them, but focusing on the IEEE blockchain technical community, I'm the vice chair, along with Dr. Ramesh Ramadas, whom you heard yesterday. And within that, within the technical community, blockchain technical community, I also actually head the chair of the conferences and events. So all conferences which IEEE blockchain is involved with eventually is part of my responsibility. So therefore, this particular forum as well. And my area of expertise is digital health, and therefore I head the focus of the blockchain group on healthcare and AI. And as Sergey mentioned, I live in the world of standards and standards bodies like IEEE, like HL7, like ISO TC215, the International Standards Organization, and few others. The details are present on this slide. And as he went through my background, I have a little bit of knowledge and experience in this space of emerging technologies, and I specialize in digital health. I'm also the pioneer of the field of mobile health standards, and I have been around in this field for some time. But even though I am part of many organizations, what I'm going to say today is my opinion. I want to make sure that I do not represent official policy or the position of any entity organization I'm affiliated with. And any trademark, service mark, or trade names that I use are definitely the property of the respective owners. Just wanted to make sure I get that out of the way. Now let's take a closer look of why do I talk about the emerging and the evolving world. If you look at the century we are in. We are just not even finished the first quarter of the century. And this is the world of digital transformation. We all are aware of, we live, we are coming to each other in this forum globally. Obvious, known to all of us, the mobile revolution. But it's interesting to look at this chart. It gives you a good perspective. It is not even 15 years only, if you just look at it, or at most 20, when the mobile revolution started. In the year 2007, on the extreme left of the graph, it talks about 122,000 only. That's the unit. 122 million only globally cell phones were sold in 2007. And now for the last nearly 10 years, we have averaged over 1 billion devices being sold. So if you just add up quick, if you just take an average of 1 billion devices every year for the last 10 years, we're talking about 10 billion devices. And the global population is only, 7+ billion. Yes, this includes obsolescence. This includes the cell phones we don't carry, but what is given, what is known, everybody who is dialing in today definitely has at least one cell phone, and in many parts of the world, people have more than one. And therefore, we have definitely solved what we call the last mile problem with the mobile revolution. Having said that, it is also acknowledged that there are parts of the world where this is not completely available, but at the same time, rapid changes are taking place to help enable that. But this revolution, which has come about in the last 15, 20 years, is quite interesting. And look at the volume of sale. But if you think this is fascinating, the next one is really would blow you out completely, which is look at the IoT revolution, the Internet of Things, the connected devices. So instead of talking about 1.5 billion devices, we are now talking about 40, 50, 60, 70 billion devices over the last few years. So right now we are in 2023, it's about 50 billion devices. Within 2 years, we'll reach 75 billion devices. And you can see the trend over the last 15 years or so. It is just going up and up and up. So between these two, the mobile revolution and the IoT revolution, and what is meant by IoT revolution? These are your smartphones, these are your toasters, smart refrigerators, maybe your running shoes, your wearables, your clothing, smart clothing, Fitbits, and any other devices which you are using today, your watches, smart watches. All this fall under the IoT revolution. The sensors and no, we are actually in the world of emerging technologies. And what is emerging technology? I define emerging technology as those technologies which have come about this century, in the last 20 plus years, last 25 years. Many of them had its start in the previous century, but it's really in the last 20 plus years, the following emerging technologies have really come of age or coming of age. And this gives a good glimpse of those. And there are 24 of these and maybe some more. And you will find as you're looking at this list, your favorite one, whatever you may be. We are here today as a part of the Digital Ledger Blockchain Forum. It's right in the middle. But again, that's not the only emerging technology. There are others listed on this page. And the key point which I want to make to the audience here is that each of this technological revolution which are taking place, they are not taking place in silo. They interact, they correlate, they interface, they interoperate amongst each other, they work with each other. So it is really important to understand and keep that perspective in mind as we evolve each of this technology. We live in a connected world, and each of these technologies, emerging technologies, are playing a very vital role, and especially they're interconnected to each other. But this slide, I love this slide because it gives a glimpse, because sometimes we forget. And then you start reflecting. In the last 23 years, we have had at least 24 emerging technologies and maybe some more. And if you think I'm missing something from this list, please email me or connect with me on LinkedIn and send me your favorite technology which I've missed out here. I would love to add it to this growing list. So that is something which you have to keep in mind. And keeping that in mind, let's focus now on the digital ledger blockchain technology. So why DLT blockchain? You have heard a lot. This forum is full of audience who are aware of the background, but I just wanted to make a key point. That is the technology, the DLT blockchain. You should look at it in two ways. One is a horizontal area, which are areas which it covers a lot, whether you're talking about, which cuts across the various vertical topics. So it is a juxtaposition between vertical topics and horizontal areas. And that's the strength and the beauty of blockchain. It's not one vertical area, even though it started with that. It started many years ago with crypto, with Bitcoin in the financial sector. But now, over the last many years, we have now grown the DLT, or applying the DLT blockchain technology into different vertical areas. That has to be understood. There are many who come to the field without recognizing the foundational technological aspect, which DLT blockchain is, and its application to various vertical areas. So keep that perspective always in mind as you look into the strengths and weaknesses of this new technology as it is emerging. In fact, I just listed a few on the previous page. This is a page which I love, and hopefully you have seen this before. If not, this is a great one to do a screen capture. It gives you an example of use cases, and you can find your favorite use case. I will not go through each one of them, whether it's smart contracts, healthcare, blockchain, supply chain, energy, gaming, you name it. This smart cities is all part of different applications of use cases. And this is where the strength of blockchain comes into play, its versatility comes into play, and how it is being applied to various use cases. And that's where the weakness of it also comes into play. So it's not a one size fits all. And therefore, as you heard from the previous speakers, there are new methodologies being defined. We are refining what started 10 years ago, where it was applied to one particular vertical. Now we are applying the foundational elements to other verticals, and therefore we are making changes as we go along. That's why I talk about this as a part of the emerging and evolving technology. So within IEEE, we recognize this and we map this to the various. IEEE as an organization has many technical societies. We have, in fact, 39 technical societies. They are listed here, and technical councils and different technical organizations. And in green are those technical societies where we see the relevance of blockchain. As you can see, this green is all over the slide deck. You will have access to this deck, and you can find your favorite technical society, your area you work with, and then you can see the relevance to blockchain in these technical societies. So IEEE blockchain technical community is working along with many of these societies, and we'll see that shortly. And in terms of publication, it gives a nice glimpse of the various IEEE publications on blockchain over the last 8-10 years or so. And again, you have access to all these publications once you become a member, or there may be a subscription. But this slide gives you a good glimpse of some of the publications where IEEE has been working and focusing on blockchain. And you can see from each of the cover pages, they are from different aspects within the large IEEE family. I picked one of them in particular, the IEEE Innovation at Work, and these two, sort of jump out to me. In the future of IoT, Internet of Things. Remember the IoT slide I had before? It's this particular article making a case why the future of IoT depends on blockchain. And there are different reasons for that, and the article gets into it. Smart contracts. That's another area where blockchain and IoT will enable smart contracts. In fact, there's a standard we are working on, and we'll see that very shortly, where Sergey and the team is part of that. And so this is the blockchain technical community. Hopefully you have heard this. You have seen this from Ramesh yesterday. If not, it's simple, blockchain.ieee.org. If you 0 on that particular QR code. That's the URL it gets you. And on the right is the homepage snapshot I took earlier today. And yes, we have highlighted this particular forum as one of the key activity which is going on in the blockchain technical community. So who are we? Who do we consist of? But before we go there, let me also talk about the journey which we have taken as a group over the last 5 years or so. So we started in 2017 as a baby committee under the IEEE Future Direction Committee. And then the next 4 or 5 years, we matured, we evolved, and then starting this year, beginning of January 2023, we transitioned into the technical community and a standalone, self-sustaining structure within the larger IEEE umbrella family of groups of activities. So this is what has been our journey for the last 4 or 5 years as a group. And this is our steering committee. On the left, you will see the various IEEE technical societies who are part of a governing board representation. You see the society names and the representation they have. We also have liaison representation from other societies. And the core executive committee consists of Dr. Ramesh Ramadas as the chair. I'm the vice chair. The secretary is Christine Fahey, and treasurer is David Gonzalez. But it's not only just the 4 of us. We also have activities in the functional committees and technical committees. The key point I want to get across to all of you is not the names which are on these, but the opportunity to be part of a new, growing, emerging, evolving community which is helping to steer globally the focus on blockchain. So let's take a look at the peak of some of the activities the BCTC, the blockchain technical community, is focusing on. One is, this is fascinating, the local groups. Over the last few years, we now have over 60 local groups across the globe. The print is small. The point we are making out here is the different regions IEEE is divided into. It's divided into 10 regions, historic reasons, but you can see the groups. If you are from a particular city or a country and you don't find yourself, please get in touch with us. If you see your city's name and you want to look, how do I join the group? Again, get in touch with us. We want more involvement, active participation of the community, at the blockchain community at large. But this gives you a good glimpse of the wide coverage we have already and the growing coverage. The next activity I want to talk about is the technical brief. So over the last few years, we have been focusing on publishing technical briefs. Technical briefs are technical articles which are reviewed by a technical board. These are not fully peer-reviewed and indexed in a journal or any kind of a technical publication, but they are, I would say, one step before that. This is a great place if you are a researcher, starting researcher, if you are a student, you're just getting into blockchain and you want to start writing something, this is a great place to try this out. Your writing, your work will still be reviewed by editorial board, and then if it's found appropriate, we will publish it on the IEEE technical brief. And you can go ahead and take a look at this. Go to the blockchain.ieee.org site and hit on the technical brief, and you will get a list of technical briefs which has been presented this year. Some of this are shown out here for 2023. In fact, the one in the middle is being written by the team of from Ukraine, as you can see out here, members led by Sergei Gribniak and many other colleagues from the universities and the industry within the country. And there are many other such. You will see the past issues as well. So this is, again, I'm inviting everybody to, this is the best way to get your technical writing published through the IEEE blockchain technical brief. And this becomes a stepping stone for you to then take the work which is out here and go into a full-fledged peer-reviewed publication subsequently. And I touched upon the standards. So we are very actively involved in the IEEE blockchain, different standards we have been involved with. Many of them we have published, you see here, and many of them being developed and designed as we speak, the IEEE standards under development. So therefore, in particular, the one which we are part of, Right now, I would highlight is the standards for recurring transaction using distributed ledger technologies. This is I'm the chair of this particular work group. This particular standard is being designed and developed. I'm ably supported by Sergey Gribniak and Professor Nikolai Goga, Dr. Gribniak and Dr. Goga. Dr. Goga is from Romania and Sergey obviously from Ukraine. And there's a larger team also who's helping us develop this particular standard. So if your interest is in standards development, please again reach out to us, join the group. The standard work has just started. We have only had few meetings so far, and this is the right time to get your feet wet into standards development. If you are a person who knows nothing about this and you want to say, I want to learn, this is the best way to also to learn. Become an active part, all of us. I have maybe nearly 20 years of standards development globally. But again, when I started 20 years ago, I was completely new and novice to this field of standards development. So all of us at some point of time in our life always start somewhere. So this is the right place to start, because you will then get a good experience from folks who have been in this field for some time. So this is the details of the particular IEEE 3228 recurring transaction on distributed ledger technologies work group. And therefore, in closing, I really want to talk about, I want to give some time for Q&As. Therefore, in closing, I want to focus on and repeat that we are in the world of digital transformation, and there are a lot of emerging technologies which we saw earlier on. And keep in mind, these emerging technologies don't exist in silo. It is really important to understand that, and also to understand the technology versus use case. Digital ledger, blockchain are technology. Use cases are applying these technologies to different verticals. So keep in mind, therefore, don't get confused between the use case and application of it in, let's say, crypto blockchain, the strengths and weaknesses that may have to the underlying technology which exists. But the underlying technology itself is going through a transformation, going through an evolution, because, as I said earlier on, these technologies were first created for a particular vertical. And therefore, in fact, you heard that in the previous speaker, that many of the concepts which were focused on the crypto Bitcoin financial transactions really may not apply well to, let's say, healthcare, privacy and security, supply chain, logistics, and so on and so forth. You saw a much larger list of use cases. So therefore, new solutions are being proposed, new ways of handling the technological underpinning are being designed. So therefore, this is the space which is evolving. And so therefore, this is the right time, right place to get involved in such activities. And the way to do it is become a part of the IEEE blockchain technical community and help shape the technology of the 22nd century. And how do you do that? Well, join us. The easiest way is search in LinkedIn for IEEE blockchain, and you will be part of the IEEE blockchain technical community. You can definitely join IEEE. You can definitely join the IEEE blockchain technical community, because we are looking for leaders. We are looking for active participation by the world at large. With that, I thank you very much. I purposefully made my presentation short so that hopefully we can have a quick discussion dialogue and an exchange of conversation. Thank you, Sergey.
Well, thank you, Goran. As always, very insightful, very informative presentation. I would like to ask, there is a question from the audience. So how IEEE blockchain standards stand today in comparison with community activity?
So IEEE blockchain standard is part of the community activity. So it's not something it's happening in silo, in isolation. The members are from all across the globe, and that's the reason I'm reaching out, so that this is a community effort. This is not something IEEE does in isolation. That's the key part of any standards development. I'm part of multiple standards SDOs, as they are called, Standards Development Organization. The key fundamental aspect of any SDO is the collaborative nature of a standards development. So it is never done in isolation, in in secrecy with closed door. No, it is done with full transparency and full collaboration. Therefore, the answer is it is not something which is different, but it is the community-based standards development.
Thank you so much for the response. Also, while our audience is preparing the next question, I wanted to ask, what are the simple steps for people to join, for example, the blockchain group in Ukraine or the larger community? So basically, they need to go to the website, right? Become IEEE members. Can you elaborate, provide a very,
yeah. As I said in the last slide, the easiest and the quickest way is join the IEEE LinkedIn group. Because that's the most easiest. Because once you do that, now we have access to you, we can reach out to you and then tell you the details. So just to repeat, which I said earlier on, you can join IEEE as an organization. It's a large organization. IEEE has presence in over 170 countries. It has membership of over 400,000 members. It is the world's largest technical professional organization. So it's huge, it's big. And the fact that it has presence in 170 plus countries, its footprint is global. And therefore, there are many local sections, and especially within the blockchain. You saw that list I had, over 62 local groups. So that's why I said, if you are part of a country, let's say you're part of Ukraine, and you're interested in, so find the Ukraine group, blockchain group, and say, hey, I'm interested. I'm sure Sergey and the team will gladly accept new members. And that goes for all the blockchain local groups across the globe. So to summarize, the easiest is click on the LinkedIn, become a member, because then that allows us to communicate with you, or you can communicate with us, and then we can tell you, depending on your interest, involvement. The key thing to remember is you're not signing up for a lot of activities. No, you are signing up for how much you can do. You can do little, you can do a lot. Sergey and I and many others do a lot, even though all these are volunteer organizations. So we all are volunteering our time in advancing, because we are passionate about it. We are passionate about blockchain. We are passionate about emerging technologies. We are passionate about making sure this knowledge reaches far corners of the world. So yes, it is a volunteer organization, but at the same time, it does allow you to work with things which you're passionate about, things which you want to focus your energy on. So yes, join the LinkedIn, and then we'll tell you what else to do.
Gaurav, one last question. Would it be possible for you to, in private, message me the link, so I will post it to the group, so we make sure that the audience will have a correct link to join? And
yes, so I will definitely send you my presentation. And my presentation has the link right in the last slide. You just click on it, and then you will get there. And if you don't mind, I can just give you, how much time do you have? A few more minutes? I can do a live.
Yeah, a few more minutes. Yeah, we do have a few more minutes.
Yeah, why not do there's nothing like a live demo.
Yeah.
All right, let me do a live demo. All right, you're seeing my screen, right?
1 moment. Yeah.
Okay,
now,
great.
Yeah.
You see it, right? So here's a live demo. Do you see it? The LinkedIn page?
Yeah.
All right,
IEEE blockchain.
So,
let me
I'll have to figure out how to put it on the chat. Is there a chat feature here? Yes, there is.
You can put it to the private chat. I think some basically the previous speakers were complaining that.
Okay, I put it in the private chat.
Yeah. In the private chat. Yes, I'm sending it to the group chat right now. Yeah.
Perfect. And then the blockchain, IEEE blockchain site is this, blockchain.ieee.org. And then if you go to this site, you will see there are different ways to join. There's a Facebook, there's obviously LinkedIn, there's a X, and there's something called IEEE Collaborate Tech, and this is IEEE joined the blockchain community itself on our main site. So yes, there are different ways, but as I said, do the LinkedIn. That's the easiest, simplest one step, and then we take over from there on.
Gora, there is one generic question from the audience. I am myself experiencing hard times finding the short and precise answer to this, but I should ask it because we kind of have rules that we're asking all the questions. And the question is whether blockchain is the best technology for today.
And my answer to that, you may surprise everybody, my answer will start with a no. The reason I say no is it is not one size for all. Because if you think it is that, then the answer is no. And as I said earlier on, blockchain started with a particular vertical. That's all. And therefore, all the foundational aspects of blockchain was designed and developed for that particular vertical. And now we recognize that, oh, the technology is good. Why don't we apply to other verticals? And that is what is going on. And the moment we start applying to other verticals, we recognize that no, some of the fundamental features which made all the sense for the first vertical doesn't apply to the second vertical. So we need to make changes. So I'll take one example to make my point. One of the strengths of blockchain we always tout proudly is that once the information is there, you cannot delete it, which is fantastic, great. Everybody has access to it. You cannot change it. You cannot. Well, in healthcare, think about it. If you have your medical record and there's an error, and suddenly you have a disease which you don't have, do you want to continue with that? No, you want to change that. You want to delete that, the wrong disease. But you can't do that if you're using blockchain as the technology. So people are looking at how to maybe delete a block or come up with something called block matrix. These are technical evolution which are taking place. That's why I talk about emerging and evolving world of blockchain and other technologies. So hopefully that drives the point that it is not a one size fit all. You start doing that, you're going to get into trouble. This is the same discussion we had 30 years ago when databases were coming up, where SQL structured query languages were coming up. Did you apply that to everybody? No, it has gone through evolution. And those of us are enough gray hair, no hair people. If you go back to linked list, you go back to pointer dereferencing. Those were fantastic technological standards of that time, technological evolution of that time. But over the years, those have evolved. Similarly, blockchain itself is evolving. And as we start applying to different verticals, we are making adjustments. That is the reason standards are being designed. So the recurring transaction DLT standard, which you and I are part of, why are we doing that? Because we recognize there was a weakness, there was a gap in the way things happen, and therefore we are now designing new. So to summarize, the answer is no. It is not a one-size-fits-all. And we have to recognize that, and therefore it is still evolving and maturing. And as it is doing that, here's the opportunity for all of us to make the right correction and adjustment.
Well, thank you so much for this answer. I would certainly not make it better. Would not be able to say it better than you just said. And KS, I don't know the name. Thank you so much for asking this good question, which led to this beautiful answer.
And I'm happy, as I said, connect with me on LinkedIn. Just mention this particular conference. Don't just send me a blind request, because if I get a blind request, I don't know who the person is, I don't accept it. But reference the conference, and I'll be happy to talk to you on LinkedIn. Absolutely.
There is one more question.
Sure.
What book of IEEE are you recommending to study the blockchain applications?
Again, I'll go back to my previous answer. Any book you write is always outdated immediately, because this is so fast, so rapidly changing. So my suggestion would be, take a look at our website. There are some educational streams, and that'll give you some idea. And there are some foundational books which have been written. One of our speakers yesterday, Umit, he has written a very nice book So we can definitely come back to you with some of the books which are coming up. And this being a new field, new opportunities are coming up. And my best way to learn about blockchain is actually to look at the technical papers which are being published. Sergey himself has published a few. I have published, and many other who in the community have published technical papers. Each of these technical paper have actually introduction part is very nice. So my suggestion to all of you is look for these technical papers. Many of them are open source, are available, and it's a good suggestion as well. Maybe we will take that into consideration and start listing some of these open source and available so that people can then gain access to it. But but definitely go to the IEEE blockchain website and look at the educational stream, and you will finding some references there as well.
Thank you so much, Gora. So let's give maybe a minute for the audience for us if they have any other follow-up questions. And if not, I will be inviting on the stage the next speaker. So let's give it a couple more
All right.
seconds.
Thank you very much. So hopefully we did it within the time, right?
Well, thank you so much, Gora. Yeah, always a pleasure having you. Always great and insightful presentations. And yeah,
No, it was definitely my honor to be part of it. Once again, congratulations to the organization committee and Sergey as the chair, and the many other people I know who are part of this fantastic event. Well done, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello, hello everyone. Hello, Kevin. Thank you so much for joining us. My apologies. It is already kind of 6 hours of the event is going. So yeah, we're welcoming you to the stage. For people who don't know, Kevin is the Chief Marketing Officer of the Coco GmbH, the largest contributing development company to the Alien World's Metaverse, which is one of the largest metaverse ecosystems available today. Kevin has dedicated his last 5 years of his career of working full-time in Web3, building marketing teams and programs across Ethereum and EOS ecosystems. And before venturing into the world of DAOs and Web3, Kevin worked on Fortune 500 automotive brands such as Ford, Toyota, and Mini. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. Please correct me if any of the if anything I said was wrong. And the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you well.
Okay, thanks for having me. And can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yes, I'm adding it right now to this.
Okay, great. All right, so hey everybody. You might have been expecting Sarah McKenna. Sarah is our CEO. She's unfortunately on a flight right now and would be unable to make it. However, I'm here in her stead. And Sergey, thank you very much for having me. Like he said, my name is Kevin Rose. I'm Chief Marketing Officer of Coco. We're the main contributor to Alien Worlds. I actually have recorded my presentation in the interest of time, as I love to just meander and ramble about all these awesome things, Web3, gaming, AI, and DAOs, and that's what this presentation will be about. I'll be here the whole time, and afterwards, happy to answer any questions. So I'm going to start this, and you'll see my video turn off, and this one turn on. So without further ado,
Kevin, I think, I was talking while I wasn't on the stage. We don't hear the sound of the presentation.
You can't hear the sound?
Yeah, we cannot.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Are you sharing the screen or you uploaded the video?
I was sharing the screen.
I uploaded the video you sent this morning. It is actually up on your video, but what I see on the top of your video, but I see that you have a different video. Try uploading it as a video, and maybe that, and then you will have the sound, because look what I'm doing.
Okay, it's the same video that I sent you.
2018 with the purpose of changing the way that people collaborate.
Okay, if that's the video, that I have not changed it, so feel free to play that, and that would be a huge help.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you're most welcome.
Through decentralized governance technology, or DAOs. And since then, Ducoco has been the main contributor to Alien Worlds, the largest decentralized application in the world by unique active wallets. So what is Alien Worlds exactly? It's a series of interconnected games, applications, and end user experiences, all set within the shared metaverse of Alien Worlds, the fictional universe of Alien Worlds. And that includes a multi-blockchain architecture with DAOs, NFTs, and the native token Trillium. So anything that these three things touch is essentially a part of the Alien Worlds metaverse. Since its launch, we've seen tremendous growth in Alien Worlds across a variety of different metrics, from the amount of Trillium that's actually traded, Trillium being the utility and governance token of the Alien Worlds metaverse, to the amount of total custodians, or people that are elected to represent different organizations, decentralized organizations within the Alien Worlds metaverse. We've seen huge growth and continues to this day. So one of the secrets to Alien World's success is the place in the market that its NFTs occupy. So some NFTs will have price tags of $100,000 or more and have very little utility attached to them. The Alien World is quite the opposite. Not only are they accessible in the market in terms of lower cost, but they are used often by a great number of people. And you can see that in our metrics here, where Alien Worlds has the highest number of owners of any NFT collection or application on the market. And this is done for a low cost. So really the barrier to entry for people to obtain different virtual items and use them in the game is far, far lower than competitors. And so the reason we're able to have so many owners with so many different transactions happening of varying complexity without people really having any issue to complete them and to just enjoy the game and their experience, is because Alien World is built on a very sophisticated blockchain architecture on a third generation blockchain known as WAX. It's based on the Antelope framework, formerly known as EOS.IO, and it can perform thousands of transactions per second without any issue, whereas on an EVM-based chain, somebody is going to have a lot more issue having the same kind of volume, which equates to the same kind of game experience than you would on WAX. And so what WAX has been able to allow us to do is to create a smart contract at the core of one of our games in the Alien Worlds metaverse, the mining game, which is the most popular, that has 13 million daily actions at its peak and probably could do more. This is, just to give you a frame of reference, it's 65,000 times more efficient than Bitcoin. And the awesome thing is that our entire framework for the Alien Worlds metaverse built on WAX is also open source, which allows anybody to build applications, games, end user experiences, and plug into our DAOs, our NFTs, and the native token Trillium. So a little bit about Ducoco. We're a multidisciplinary international team working almost 100% remote from the United States and South America, Africa, Asia, Australia, Europe, North America, where I am. I'm pretty sure we've nailed almost all the continents, which is pretty fantastic to have such a diverse group of people and perspectives all contributing to the Alien Worlds metaverse. But we're headquartered in Switzerland, and really this is a benefit because they have very transparent and clear regulations when it comes to virtual assets, utility tokens, governance tokens, that allows us to operate freely and safely so that we can continue to build out the Alien Worlds metaverse. We're also a founder of OMA3, the Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3. And there are a number of members, especially in the last year, we've had a ton of people join, Yuga Labs being one of our biggest members. So if anybody in the crowd is interested in OMA 3, please reach out after the presentation if your organization would like to consider membership. We are working together to establish standards that will help allow for interoperability to become a reality within the different metaverses that exist out there today. So I wanted to show you a little bit more about that, the most called smart contract, which is pretty impressive. I'm going to play a little video here for you.
Alien Worlds is the most popular Web3 metaverse, with over 240,000 unique active wallets connecting daily. Within the metaverse, its most solicited smart contract action, mining, gets called up to 13 million times a day, making it the most frequently executed action of any smart contract or any blockchain in the world.
So a little bit about our tokenomics. In the first year, 450 million trillium were emitted, and that rate declines over time. As of right now, 80% of the trillium emitted goes to the planets, or the DAOs. We call them planetary syndicates in the game. And those 6 planetary syndicates are able to do anything that they would like with that trillium treasury. Whether it be grants to support game development, art and content, media, to host events. And so because the trillium emitted goes directly to the DAOs, which are run by the community, this is very empowering for them to be able to, for the community to be able to direct part of the future of where the metaverse goes, how they'd like to see it grow, how they'd like to see it be used. And it's really entirely up to them. It's a fantastic model that really creates a sense of shared ownership and community over time. So this chart might be a little bit overwhelming, but what it's meant to show you is that we really have tried to put the majority of Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Rose. I'm Chief Marketing. That's not so. I said delegated proof of stake, and what I mean by that is you actually vote for custodians or human beings to represent whatever it is you voted for them for. And so what we found is
find the place why it restarted. Can you please help navigating the video?
Represent whatever it is.
You can let it play from here.
Yeah.
Are you having an issue with playback?
No. I don't remember the exact place where it stopped. So what minute it was?
You can let it play from here.
Playing from here. Okay, got it. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Whatever it is you voted for them for. And so what we found is Alien Worlds is about people power. And the people that sit on the custodian boards are accountable for proposals that are made and overseeing their execution. Because these are not simple code changes like you would see in a DAO that governs an automated market maker, for example, or a simple transaction that says move tokens from point A to point B, or rebalance target pool, or some DeFi aspect. This is often, I want to create they say to the community, I would like to create an animated web series based on this alien race in the alien world's metaverse, and here's my story, and I would like this much trillium to get it done. And so that requires a human touch. That's not so cut and dry. That's not very binary. So the planetary custodians have a huge responsibility to represent the community and also to oversee the execution of these proposals so that content, you've heard me say this before, content, games, and media can be created as a result of these proposals. In any successful layer 1 blockchain, you see this model. You see a foundation. You see a distributor of capital that it allows people to build quickly and break things even faster. So we have the Galactic Hubs grant program. If you think back to the Ethereum Foundation grant program, it was a $100,000 grant in 2018 or 2017, I can't remember the year, to the Uniswap guys. And that gave birth to DeFi. And so we take the same model where we are distributing grants to a variety of diverse organizations to produce many different types of things. Tools to make playing in alien worlds easier, different games, animated comics, web comics, NFT series, you name it. It's about creating content, creating vibrancy, creating life within the alien world's metaverse, and creating experiences that are valuable to the people that create them so that they can ultimately commercialize them and build a sustainable business out of them, but to create fun for the explorers, the users in the alien world's metaverse as well. And so what we see in the community is a ton of activity at the syndicate level, the planetary level that are being mentioned, where they are running through hundreds of proposals for Trillium every single month. And this is across 6 planets, and all 6 of the planets have different priorities. They have different makeups of people in the community. They want different things. There are people with different backgrounds. So it's really great to see the variety that comes out of that. So Yatsu of Animoca Brands had a very good definition of the metaverse. So he said, we define the metaverse as an open, decentralized network of systems and environments connected by true digital ownership, interoperability, and community governance. And so what you can see here is the things that make up the backbone of the alien metaverse, from the wallets that we use across multiple chains, to the different token standards that we use that are all open source, to the exchanges and tools, even the community messaging platforms that we use, which we're seeking ways to disintermediate the authority over that as well, just so we can say that there's no single point of centralized failure in the alien world's metaverse. So here's a fun example of something that happened in the community that really show that DAO to earn, which is kind of what we call the model. It's an evolution of play to earn. DAO to earn incentives are powerful. And in January 2023 of this year, the Alien Worlds community launched a billboard in Vegas, actually. And I'm not sure why my picture is not showing here. Apologies. We actually saw the same kind of event occur in New York Times. A planetary syndicate had set up a billboard for Alien Worlds in New York Times. And this was totally outside of Dacoco's involvement, totally and completely. It was up to the community. They organized it, they designed it, they funded it, and they executed it. So let's talk about AI. AI is probably the most important invention of our lifetimes. And that's saying something, because we were here when the internet was born and cell phones were born. And in my opinion, AI dwarfs all of that. And as powerful as it is, it poses incredible risks, which I'm sure everybody here has seen Terminator or The Matrix. And so those are all the things that exist in the back of our head. But really, governing AI, regulating it is important because of how impactful it's going to be on our economy and the flow of information that reaches you and I every single day. For example, it is likely that LLMs, large language models, continue to be easier and easier to build, as almost all technology has ever been after it's been invented. And the way that you and I interface with search, like in Google, will likely be replaced by AI. And we will be interfacing with a bespoke, personal, large language model or some version of that AI that gets to know you and, without you ever knowing, starts to gatekeep information that it doesn't believe is relevant to you, and or starts to make decisions on information that it thinks is relevant to you. And so what becomes very important is how these AI are built, who built them, how did they train them, what data did they train them on. And decentralized governance is really good at providing transparency and provenance to anything it touches. You can see a full history of data as it happened on the blockchain. It's fully auditable and viewable by anybody with an internet connection. And where we come in with where we think this is going to go, DAOs allow for widespread communities, distributed communities, to be able to jointly govern how these things are built as well. And so we ultimately think that decentralized governance of AI is going to play an incredibly important role in the future. Another reason why we think DAOs will be great for governing AI, but really great for governing most things, is because of the shared token ownership. It blends the roles of owner, creator, user, beneficiary, usually into the same person. And it becomes this management of the commons that we see successfully playing out in places like Alien Worlds. Where we'd like to see this is that this model allows everybody to have a stake in the things that they love, enjoy, contribute to, consume, and value. And we do that through these token economies. And so the best example of this is that Ducoco is not, as the main contributor to Alien Worlds, Ducoco is not selling products to the community or services to the community. The primary amount of economic activity is peer-to-peer. It's between explorers. It's between explorer and content creator. It's between DAO and game developer. It is a matrix of transactions where Ducoco is often not involved. And so this allows for a very organically forming economy, all powered by the community. So thank you very much for listening. I know Web3 gaming, AI, and DAOs are massive topics, and could talk about them for hours and hours and hours. And I think this presentation really just touches on the tip of the iceberg for all three and their ability to transform kind of our everyday lives. So happy to stick around and answer questions, and thank you very much for listening.
Yeah. Kevin, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thank you so much for this great presentation. So now the time to answer some of the questions from the audience. So what are the three particular marketing approaches are you are recommending for promoting blockchain products?
Okay, well, first of all, great question. Thank you. It's pretty hard to answer that definitively because blockchain product is similar to saying software product or mobile application. And so really you have to think about what is it that the blockchain product does, who is its audience, who is its primary user, And then where can you find those users, and where can you build trust through authenticity in your engagement with them? I hope that kind of answers the way to think about that. But social Twitter is really huge. I mean, crypto Twitter is really huge to have a presence in. There are people who are respected, and the things that they talk about get attention. You want to have a solid community that is vibrant and active, and that you have people in there keeping things moving, keeping people engaged, making it fun for people involved, and making their voices heard. It's about establishing a dialogue. It's not like going and saying you're going to make paid search programs and just strictly user acquisition, and I'm going to make a 30-second TV spot. It's not like that, but you have to. It's going to be tailor made to the thing that you're building. Blockchain product is a really broad category, so hopefully that's helpful in answering how maybe you should approach your marketing program. But if you have something more specific, and I'd be happy to answer that.
I think there might be a follow-up question after this, but while our audience is asking this, I wanted to ask to provide some additional details. How to join Metaverse Alliance? So basically, you mentioned that relevant companies or relevant individuals are welcome to join. What is the process? Maybe there are you would like to
so you can.
Maybe. Yeah, please, sure.
You can go to oma3.org and hit the button right at the top of the screen, join the Alliance, and follow the process. Easy as that.
What is the link? Please say it again.
Sure. OMA3.org. OMA3.org.
OMA3.org. Open Metaverse. I see. Yeah, building the user method. Yeah, got it. Okay, I am sending it to the chat. And one moment.
And just to provide additional clarity, this is about this is an alliance of organizations, and it's kind of in response to the MSF, the Metaverse Standards Forum, that was led by Meta. Meta and the companies that have joined it in the MSF have demonstrated for a great number of years that they are interested in developing monopolistic extraction, like value extraction models from their user base, whereas the organizations that are a part of OMA3 are, they are experienced in creating these token economic models that blend producer, owner, user, to create more equitable, open, transparent systems. Two probably very different approaches, and that's why we're a founder of OMA3 is because we feel that culture is very important when we start to create these standards, these bridges that will connect all these different metaverses and technologies.
Understood. Thank you so much for explanation. So the link is in the comments already. So now probably a follow-up question from the first question. What do you think about the sales of a blockchain product out of the box, out of the box product?
So I don't quite understand your question, but I'm going to try to interpret it. I think that blockchain is a tool. It is something that allows somebody to do something that they want to do in a way that wasn't possible before. That's why we adopt new technologies. They deliver a benefit. I think what's important that the blockchain industry hasn't exactly mastered yet is focusing on the benefits of what a product that uses blockchain can give you, rather than the features of it as a blockchain product. Because when you focus on the features instead of the benefit, it becomes very self-serving. It becomes a solution looking for a problem. And so what I would recommend first is, do you have a very clear benefit story to your target audience that isn't, you know, we are blockchain, come use us. And it's an important part of what you want to communicate, because, you know, the invention of blockchain has allowed for trustlessness between parties, and that is in and of itself a benefit. But so I would say focus on the benefits instead of the blockchain part. Use blockchain appropriately and responsibly, and don't let it crowd out all the other good things that your product does.
Very good answer. Let's wait for our audience. Maybe there will be a follow-up question to this, but there is one more question already there. But before responding to this question, I would like to remind that we are like strictly technical research-oriented conference. So basically, nothing here should be constituted or understood as an investment advice, and no responses should be related to any form of investments or different type of things. Because the question is, what does token economy mean? Does it mean a cap table?
No. So a cap table is a ledger of ownership of shares of a private or equity of a private organization, and there are legal systems and case law that surrounds this. And I am not a lawyer, but it is a very different thing. Token economy, utility token or governance token in alien worlds. Basically, the Trillium token provides you governance utility, control over decentralized organizations, and people want that token to be able to exact that control. And then, you know, by token economy, it means what is the utility the token provides, like what is it for? And then how is it distributed across interested parties? And then they, you know, that market decides amongst itself what they would like to do with that token for its utility, to be able to trade it within one another. Some people want more of that utility, they want less of the utility. It is an economic system based on the desirability of that token, which is in part a direct function of its utility.
Understood. Yeah, thank you for the response to this question. Are there any other questions from the audience? Let's give it maybe a minute for audience to think about it.
Sergey, do you have any questions?
No, I think well, I like your project. I actually like the performance, and I will probably learn more about this. I wanted to ask, maybe there is what platform is it built? Is it Ethereum? You said it is Ethereum, right?
So we're a multi-blockchain architecture. We're across Binance Chain, we're across Ethereum, and we're across WAX. For the technically minded folks, you can head to alienworlds.io, and within the footer of the site, you can find documentation around how Alien Worlds is constructed, the open source nature of it, the tools and APIs that we have available to help you build. And it's a really fun place to be. So definitely head there. First, join the Discord. You can find it at alienworlds.io, and it's a really fun community with a lot of people doing a lot of interesting stuff. Like I said in the presentation, you know, they got a Times Square billboard in New York City. People are building games. People are building explorers, different interfaces for the games we already have. Really cool place to be. And if you have an idea of something that you'd like to build, you can also reach our grant program, Galactic Hubs, from the website. and put it in an application to say, I want to build this thing, and this is the amount of trillium I'd like to do it. And then we start that conversation. So lots of ways to get involved. Really fun place to be. I love sci-fi and gaming, and this brings it to a new level. And
the question is, so basically you are interested in developers, users. Are you interested in, for example, new infrastructure technologies to join this? For example, like, I don't know, expand it to another protocols? And if so, how does it work? Because there might be some participants of other protocols who will be reviewing this.
Yeah, so do you mean other layer 1 blockchains?
Yeah.
Anything that the NFTs, anything that any Alien Worlds tokens touch are a part of the Alien Worlds metaverse. And if you wanted to build a bridge that allowed token, and the token ownership is totally permissionless. So I guess you could take it upon yourself to build bridges in between chains and do with whatever it is that you want to do. By all means, if you wanted to do that, please reach out to Dakoko. We'd love to help in appropriate ways and maybe guide you if that's something that you wanted to do. Yeah. It is a totally on-chain, open, permissionless, decentralized ecosystem.
Understood. Yeah, thank you so much for this information. There are two more questions while we were talking about it. So first one, can you please tell about the perspective of metaverse? How do you see that?
Sure. Okay. So throw a rock and you're going to hit someone with a new. First of all, don't throw rocks, but you're going to hit somebody with a new definition of or different definition of what the metaverse is. I don't think that there's a right one. I think there are different ways that we're experimenting. The one that I personally love, that I think Alien Worlds is somewhat heading in this direction. And again, it's an open metaverse and a lot of contributors, and it can become a lot of different things. But Alien Worlds is a fictional universe with alien races and technologies and events and characters, and it's fun to build those stories and create those characters and get lost in it. Except the difference is that the community is able to do that. Whereas, in other sort of fictional universes, like Star Wars, for example, you really cannot do that in an official capacity. You will receive a cease and desist from Disney and you will get crushed. Not the case in Alien World. So on one hand, I think the metaverse is the evolution of the fictional universe. If you take Star Wars and you were to add blockchain, do you have something that could be considered a metaverse? I think that you could. Another way to look at the Alien Worlds metaverse is you can't download it. You can't download the metaverse. If you talk to Meta, the company, they'll tell you that you're in the metaverse when you put on their headset. If you look at some other metaverses in the Web3 industry, they'll tell you that you're in the metaverse when you download it from their website. We say that you're in the metaverse whenever you're engaging with content, whatever that is, that touches the tokens or is set within Alien Worlds, similar to being set within Star Wars. So it takes on this new meaning that I think isn't being articulated enough in the market. So to answer your question, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. I think there aren't any that are right yet. We'll see the ones that are right as time goes on. But I think the way that Alien Worlds is going is a really fun direction that is designed in such a way to allow the most people to be involved, regardless of the way you access through whatever device, whatever game, whatever application. If you're sitting at your computer and you're writing a story about a character set within Alien Worlds, and then you're giving that to the DAOs, for example, the communities, you're engaging with the metaverse, and you're not even online yet. So it's a very fun thing.
Well, a very good answer. Thank you for this. There is one more question. How many metaverses are going to appear, and how can they, considering their incredible volume, be run simultaneously?
Well, I don't think it's possible to answer this question.
Well, I know the answer to this question.
It's infinite. It's infinite. I mean, how much? I guess it's like, is it all one metaverse? If each world can connect with each other, is that one metaverse? Is the metaverse the evolution of the internet, or is the metaverse a specific place that you go? You know, I guess the answer would be the capacity of the internet is the capacity of what the metaverse can be.
Yeah, I have to add here that a lot depends on the underlying protocols which are getting developed, and basically when we are heading to the direction where we need like virtually unlimited scalability, there are already technologies which can potentially lead there. And
I would say that the total supply of hardware is the cap for the metaverse. Like the total supply of hardware on the planet that would be required to host blockchain protocols.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, thank you for the answer, and please let us know if you have any more questions. Otherwise, we will be wrapping up this second day of our 3-day first IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum. Are there any more questions?
Great. Well, Sergey, thank you very much for having me. For everybody listening, visit alienworlds.io to check it out. If you're a developer, if you want to be an explorer, if you're just curious, you know, and you can always, if you have an idea, you can email create@decoko.io. We'd love to hear from you, and there's always a lot going on in Alien Worlds, and hope to see you there. Thank you.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you being here, and it was a great presentation. Thank you for making it.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, it was the last speaker for today. Basically, I hope you are still enjoying the conference and the forum. And tomorrow we will start at 12:15 Kyiv time. So the link for the visitors will be for attendees will be released on our official website. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The link to agenda is also there, and tomorrow will be a longer day with a lot of very interesting speakers who will be covering a wide range of topics. Thank you so much for being with us. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.